on the Bow Wow Bill page too. There we go. So we are live. So if you want to share this to your audience as well, Ivan, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a while for people to trickle in. Thank you for watching another live stream here on the Bow Wow Bill YouTube channel, Facebook page, X. If you guys are not on X, I highly recommend it. It's an unfiltered source of information from all around the world, and it's becoming my favorite social media platform by far. And so we're live streaming there. And if you guys like what I do here, consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put a link to my Patreon in the comments down below. And I have with me my good buddy Ivan. How you doing, buddy?
Doing great, my friend. Give me 1 second. Let me make this post so people on my side that want to hear it can join us.
And I'm going to share it on my page as well. And if you guys are watching this, go ahead and hit the share button. There's many people to interact with us if you can. And I'm looking forward to speaking with you. Last time we did a live stream, I never met you. I was kind of nervous because I didn't know you. But now I feel like I know you a bit more because I've
That's true
with you and been to your place.
Very true.
And so I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Okay, so I made that post, and now I do this. Good.
And I can check on my end too if I see it.
Yeah, I think
with you last time we did a live stream.
I think I made it.
Did you make it to your personal page or to
my page?
TWC.
Yeah, we're there.
Okay. All right, fantastic. And people will start joining us. And do you want to tell everybody that doesn't know? I'm sure a lot of people do know who you are. You want to give a quick introduction of who you are, where you're located?
Oh boy. Yeah. I was hoping not to go there. So, yeah.
Quick
Ivan Balabanov, as it says on the name, on the bottom of the screen here, right? Just training dogs for a very long time. I don't want to say how long. Very long time. Very passionate about it. I have done quite a bit of different stuff with dogs, from working at shelters to being a guide dog instructor to having a pet training business to competing in IGP and have a school for dog trainers, Training Without Conflict. But yeah, I think that's plenty for right now. Anybody that has interest, we can list where to find more if they want to. However, I doubt that people that will be listening wouldn't have a clue who I am.
Yeah.
I'm pretty loud and controversial, so it's not hard.
Yeah, but you have the proven track record to be loud and to know what you're talking about because you've been in the industry for a very long time. You have your school, and one thing that I really like about your school is that it is a truly pass-fail. I've been to other schools where they say it's a pass-fail, but everybody seems to pass, and there's just something fishy about that. And so I know that you had a school recently, haven't you?
Yeah, well, we have a class that's happening right now. They're kind of almost going towards the end of it. So yeah, it's definitely not an easy school. People get a little bit frustrated when they sign up, thinking that, well, I paid the money, so therefore I should get the certificate. And even though we are very explicit that that's not going to happen, it never happens. It doesn't, like, I have lost friends over this school because they didn't take it seriously. And to me, and it's probably one of the most important things, the school, as far as maintaining the standard and integrity of what we do. So yeah, it's definitely not anybody that has done it, no matter how knowledgeable and how high IQ they may have and hands-on experience, it's quite complicated. And what is interesting, it evolves. It just hasn't stopped evolving. It's very crazy how, I mean, I don't know where we want to talk and what we want to talk about. You kind of prompt me with this, so now it's in my head.
Go ahead.
But what is, and it's cool. I like it. I see stuff that I teach, how it comes into the industry with 3-4 years delay. And when I started in the beginning, I'm like, okay, well, then everybody catches up on it. So what's the point? Well, my brain continues to work and I keep adding stuff. And, by the time this 2-3 years and everybody gets one idea that I have been very actively promoting, I already end up having 2 new ones. And it was very interesting to see how that mechanism, how it works, Yeah. And it goes way back, actually. I mean, it goes way, way back. However, at that time, because for various reasons, but it was hard to, I guess even now it's not easy to point to where certain idea come from. I mean, I know where they come from because they're mine idea, but people that hear it third, fourth hand, it's and it's totally fine. It's very interesting. Even I was watching. I'm in a process of finally sending a bunch of VHS tapes to get digitized, and until it's still possible because they have a lifespan too. And so I was watching, let me shut my phone off. I was watching some videos from like 92, teaching a dog retrieves and using signals, what typically everybody calls markers, we call signals. That was a video that I did. And so like when I kind of introduced that whole idea, probably was, who knows, maybe a couple of years before that video. Then it took so long for everybody to kind of catch up on it and get the idea that has some value. It was like, why bother with this? Like, what's the big deal? Then we did with canine training systems, the training without conflict, clear communication video, which was about that. But even before that, I was like late 90s where I did the Advanced Schutzhund book. And that's where I also was talking a lot about clear communication and basically using signals. And again, what everybody knows as markers, verbal markers. That's when, then later on, of course, Learburg did the videos with Michael, and he was selling them much cheaper than anything else. So that's kind of what really popularized it. Same happened with understanding. First of all, forget about finding how to use negative punishment, but just understanding negative punishment. That was, again, like mid-90s when I was explaining how to do, and I mean, it's in that book still. So it kind of goes really that far back when I'm looking how, certain idea that I would have, and eventually the time frame that idea kind of becomes very just as normal as it can possibly be in the dog training circles. And so now I'm doing some really, really different cool things. But yeah.
I just read a book. I was talking to Chad Mackin last week, and I was talking about this book, Angels of Our Better Nature. Are you familiar with that book by chance?
No.
It talks about how violence has declined in our society, how we believe that we are existing in a dangerous climate, and in a lot of ways, in some areas of the world, especially with the conflict and stuff that we were talking about earlier, it is true. But overall, we are significantly safer than we have been in human history. And
that was also whatever his name is, the linguistic professor. What was his name now? The gray curly haired guy. Anyway, yeah, but go ahead. That's it's a interesting one, but it can be argued though,
Yeah,
Pinker was his name.
Steve Pinker. Yep, that's the author of the book, Steven Pinker.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
so we're talking the same thing.
Yep, same guy. And my point being is that during this evolution of human societies, civilization to bring about safety, there's also key points that have happened predominantly in the 1960s. And those key points happen to be women's rights, animal rights, human rights overall, and gay rights as well. But the animal rights was a huge turning point with pertaining to animals that are being raised for livestock, but also for pet dogs. And I think that this is, when you look at the 1960s and you have 1990, that's 30 years from the 1960s. And now we're 30 years from that 1990 of that first revelation that you have. And I think 30 years from now, and 30 years, 60 years from now, and 90 years, and 100, I mean, if we look at it in these 30-year windows,
right,
that we are going to have dramatically evolved interactions and philosophies with how we understand, care for, train, and just an overall different attitude towards the relationship that we have with these dogs.
Yeah. Who I don't think anybody would ever be able to even predict 10 years from now. It's kind of insane where we are and what's going on with everything. And hopefully we're all alive,
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Well, and I think, and mark my words, folks, I know that robots will be training dogs. We'll have as much data that we have, and the more data that we compile, the more we're going to know how animals perceive, and not just dogs, but I mean, and I'm going to mention this book. You have it behind you. But when I was there visiting you, right, I was looking at all your books, and then you handed me this one.
That's the one I suggested.
Yes. And I'm so happy you did, because I mean, this book, I'll put a link for it, you guys. I mean, it's like $120. I got it on a Black Friday special for $90. Okay. And this book will change. It's changed me as far as my understanding of what operant conditioning means and just how thorough the studies are and how they're evaluated. And it's not just with dogs, but just with they have lizards, rats, bunnies, birds, everything in this book. And it's blowing my mind. I said it's like a Bible where I could open up this book in any page and take a passage and contemplate on it. And it helps with your growing and understanding of what we do in not such a simplistic form, but to get deep and down the rabbit hole of how behavior actually works.
It's I'm very pleased that you got it and that you've been going through, because a lot of times I would recommend a book and somebody will have it just to have it, just to, you know. And some books are easier to read than others, and depending where you are in your, what's interesting to you, that book can grab your attention in many different ways. I don't know, I think it was 2016 when I first got a hold of John Staden. And we talk quite frequently, and I have bunch of our conversations even included in my school, because of, it's kind of crazy how you can, you know, I mean, it was shocking for me that, you know, there's this extremely well-known big name person that understands animal and learning theories, period. And me as a dog trainer and having very similar view of what is of interest to us. So, I mean, to kind of just briefly mention, you know, the reason it's called new behaviorism is because it goes beyond Skinner's idea that, you know, well, there is that black box and we don't know what's happening, therefore we cannot really mess with it. Well, now we have neuroscience and so on, but Staden basically, and a few others, it's like, well, yeah, behaviorism is, there is like a very big percentage of that it's very valid and it's going to stay valid, but there is something that was missing. So finding the pieces and putting them together, and he was just really good at that. And another thing that really clicked with me was how, you know, like in Skinnerian radical behaviorism is, yeah, we put the pigeon or the rat into the box and light comes up, levers pressed, shocks, you know, just the basic concepts. However, you know, kind of when you think of ethology and how they clashed at that time, and ethologists would say, well, you cannot really study a dolphin in a bathtub, or you wouldn't understand why the horse has hooves and the fish has a fin and so on, you know. So observing animals and everything in their natural habitat and what's the function of behavior versus how to just control behavior. Not to go too deep in it, but basically what the similarity, the very first similarity with me and Staden was that, you know, recognizing genetic predisposition and selection and variation of behavior and selection of what works and what did not, and not strictly influenced by kind of cut and dry reinforcement and punishment like the 4 quadrants, but actually what nature evolved you to be and how you function. And he has a very, very good story that he always tells about, I'm horrible with names, but anyway, it's a border collie, and it's like in the 1800s or 1700s. It's somebody wrote about that dog because it was just blew everybody's mind at the time. Bunch of sheep, just some gate open, and they got loose overnight, and they had no idea where to find them. And a collie basically got them in a little valley and kept them there until they came. The cool thing is that it was untrained to do that. It just goes through the instinct selection and practice and learning as he was doing it. And so I think the point of the story really is that not everything should be done through the 4 quadrants. There is other powers there that we neglect if we focus only on that.
Well, there's an intrinsic desire. There is predatory behavior. There is, then we even look at temperature, right? We look at temperature, we look at environment, even weather. But then we also look at, just look at what God has given, or whatever you want to call it. I call it God. But the way that we don't make these animals, that they're made in a specific way. My dog just got fed. My wife just brought in some food for my dog here. And to take into consideration, is that what you don't like about Napo is it that they focus primarily on the quadrants? And this is something I want
I can, every once in a while, I'm like, maybe I should have few people that really understand it fully and have that conversation. But then it's like, what is the point? I have a lot of issues with a lot of different trainings, being on the balance side, being on the positive side. And, am I right or wrong? That's just my opinions. And for me, really, it's very hard to talk, especially like this, when, let's say, Bart is not part of the conversation, and absolutely, I can say whatever I want, and he has no way of really defending. And I've told you, me and Bart, regardless of having drastically different views on training and understanding of learning, we understand our passions, and we love the same breed of dogs. There is plenty of commonalities. We actually, every once in a while, it's not often, but every once in a while, we do talk on the phone. And when we talk on the phone, we actually talk forever. It's kind of unspoken rule that there is no reason to touch that part of, we don't have to talk, although I'm very open to talk about. But just as a whole, I disagree very much with almost everything, and that's the crazy part, So to tell you kind of a little bit, like I guess we look very differently, just what dog is and what dogs strive for. We look very differently at motivation and how to create motivation. I guess we just follow very different learning structures. Like like I think dogs have, they when how was the saying? The dogs just look to benefit their. How was that? There is an actual cliche phrase that it's used all the time in Napo, that dogs are there to better their life in whatever. I cannot think of it right now. But I don't think that's always the case. I think I strongly disagree with that. I don't say that that's not true, because that's true for any living being. But for this to be my ground for how I develop my way of thinking about what the dogs are about, it just doesn't, it's not. And then, of course, the whole low-level steam, very well, the whole world knows that I just don't see a reason, and maybe I'm not explaining myself well, but yeah, then, I mean, I can go on and on. It's just not, I don't think it makes sense to do, but it's really like pretty much the whole, like it's not even apples and oranges. It's like apple and a rock. Like, it's very, very drastically different how we think of a dog and how we get the job done.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that Napo doesn't get the job done. Like, it's not an easy topic for me to talk, especially when
Bart is not here.
It's
and
not.
I'm versed in Napo as a Napo Gold grad and a Napo multiplicator. I just was always curious about that, and I wanted to ask that the first time that we spoke, but now I feel I know you much better, that I'm comfortable asking that.
But okay, I mean, let's take, since you clearly want to talk about it, tell me about the dopamine box. What is the goal behind that? What is what are we trying to accomplish?
I mean, it can be used for a variety of different behaviors, right? But to use negative reinforcement by having the dog finding, and we have the comments, I don't know if you can see them, but finding their advantage, right? And pulling towards that dopamine box. Once the head is in the box, then we rain food down on them, right? But also we start to implement an article within that box to start the process of learning article detection by sniffing that article, but also we'll
let's pick one, because it's gonna get all over the place, and I can talk about every single one. So let's pick one reason, one good benefit of the dopamine box.
I mean, there's a beginning, right? And then the process. And a lot of people aren't aware of the process of how we evolved this dopamine box for tracking. And so that's the main purpose of what is taught, is how to utilize this box for tracking. But a lot of people have adopted it in various different ways to fix problem issues with distraction.
But I don't think tracking was the main objective of the box, and I think that the tracking idea came a little bit later, no?
Because we'll remove the bottom of the box, and so it evolves into and then shortening the box, moving it away, and environmental blindness. I don't know if you can see the comments, but I'll put up environmental blindness.
Comments will distract me.
Yeah, I'll put up any comments, and if you guys have any questions here, we'll get to them. But so environmental blindness, focusing the dogs.
What is environmental blindness?
So if a dog is reactive to another dog, if a dog is aggressive to another dog, it allows us to start to bring about a situation where the dog becomes tolerant by use of this box as a tool.
So how does it get tolerant? Like the process of it? So he doesn't like other dogs. What do we do with the box, and how does the box benefit the situation?
So we bring in the box, set it down, teach.
I don't know if that's even fair to talk about this because it's a school and we're breaking down some.
Yeah, I mean,
principles.
we'll kind of hover over it, right? But
Okay,
I think that it's important. And I have a question that somebody asked that I want to ask you about this. But it's basically we bring out the box, the dog learns to pull towards that box. Dog learns that the box is something that is very very rewarding, and then we start to we'll pull on that dog to let the dog.
But let's stop there, because even when we say the box starts to be very rewarding, quite often when you try to work with a problem that's already for some reason triggering the dog often will refuse to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have to deprive the dog for eating. And so when the box is available, they start to eat, right?
Yep.
That's a part of the process.
That's right.
Right. So it's not necessarily, so what I'm saying is there is a forced element to it. Like you have no choice. If you want to eat, you're going to have to stick your head there. And once we convince you to do that, now we're going to see how we can use that to convince you that the other dog is okay or something. So let's say that happens. Let's say we have either the dog was very food driven, or we had to force him to, we had to go through some protocol to say, dude, you have to do that. Now we have the dog doing that, and we're working with dog aggression. What happens?
So the dog learns that they go to the box, and then we start to desensitize, pull on the dog, bang on the box a little bit, show the dog that even though we have environmental noise, environmental discomfort, that as long as they maintain that focus, that they still get the reward. And then we'll start to bring in the dog to the room, bring him out, bring the dog closer. And it is the dog focuses on the rewards raining down in the box.
Okay, so the dog's head is in the box, and we're bringing the dog closer.
Yes.
So does that dog that's head is in the box sees or interacts in any way with the dog? No. So the idea is, and sorry, because I'm going to be a little bit kind of not fair maybe, but here it is. It's kind of like an ostrich sticking their head in the sand. And then whatever they're afraid of, just because they don't see it and they pretend that it doesn't exist, we consider it that we have resolved some issue.
Well, we start fading out that box as well. And the dog, when they bring out the dog, then the dog starts to get acclimated to the environment with the dogs in the presence there. And I've seen it myself, but it's also I wanted to get your take on this, and it changes the focus of that dog from being aware to being okay with the dogs in their environment.
Okay, but the dog doesn't see, right? The dog does not see the other dog because he's busy eating, because he's hungry, and this is his only chance to eat.
Yep.
So the whole setup is calling for leave that dog alone.
Well, blinders too.
Because you have food right now that's available, so stick your head there and eat. To me, that doesn't resolve any problem. I would want to convince the dog in very different, whatever the way is. I don't want to say what way, because it is probably thousands ways, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and same thing.
I want the dog to say, hey, there is a dog, and I want to be able to change that dog is not a bad dog.
Yes.
Versus, that dog is not important for me because I have to eat right now. And I don't see that progression going anywhere. And you mentioned something about, banging noises and environmental conditioning.
Yes.
It kind of goes within the same line. And I would strongly disagree with it because, again, we're sticking the head in the sand and basically things are happening when there is few things that we need to figure it out. First of all, what is our end goal? And is the end goal to kind of just bring some neutralization and I wouldn't say comfort, but basically, hey, I gotta do this because I have to eat. So, or deal with whatever the environment says that it's scary. And there is so many better, in my opinion, interesting protocols where you can, create a appropriate emotional state but basically really change the dog's opinion on what they see. And if something they're scared of, you have two paths. You can say, well, don't be afraid. It's not going to hurt. See, it just makes noises. Or you can say, no, you can be afraid, but you can overcome it. The box basically kind of just doesn't allow much of that to happen.
Well, and keep in mind too that we're discussing.
And also, when you have a dog that has a genetic fall, like it's just unsound dog, there is no box that's gonna change that.
I agree.
But the way I see it, how it's sold as this works in you think of anything and the box can come handy. And I don't have one thing that I can see it handy as, and that's, it's just, yeah.
Even for, well, and we can keep in mind this is just a discussion of just kind of briefly, a synapse of this.
I mean, especially not for how we set tracking, right? You mentioned tracking. So because we can kind of wrap it up and tie it into how we were talking just right before about the new behaviorism and Statham and how genetics and ethology and what tracking is about versus what like, you have the radical behaviorism and, reinforcement punishment, and you have actually other ways to learn to where the animal or the human can learn and use their genetic evolution for that process. So if we are tracking, the best way to teach tracking is to have them use their nose. This is something that they know how to do. Any artificial component, it's not even a sidestep, it's derailing from what the dog can already do. And the whole idea about training, in my opinion, is to be able to explain to the dog what you want them to do. However, most of the things that we want them to do, they already know how to do. It's just a matter of how we can explain to them. And it's tough subject. Like we started off in a very bad place. But again, I'm fine talking about it. Like again, if you have a really good point on like the dopamine box, give it to me or anybody. That's
Well, I mean, the pressure brings reward. So we have pressure brings reward, right? So we would tug, release, treat. tug, release, treat, tug,
Hold on,
release,
but that's
treat.
the box. What is that to do
The
with the
dog's head
box?
is in the box.
Uh-huh.
We pull on the collar or the harness, release, treat.
Right.
And the same thing with
So
the
why
bang,
do you need the box for that?
bang, bang, treat. We
Yeah,
don't.
so
I
why do you
mean,
need the box for that?
yep, good question. I mean, and this is just something that has been in the environmental blindness.
No, but can you tell me why do you need the box for that?
Just to focus. I mean, I've seen some good results with it, using it, but I'm not, it's not something that I use in my protocol of training.
Okay, so that's not a good, from what I'm getting, you cannot defend that one.
No, I mean, there's different ways of bringing about pressure, but for some dogs, like you said, that are genetically unstable, or I think that it also is something that when I was taught that
when dogs are unstable genetically, some very weak, insecure, spooky dog, you think that putting their head in the sand is better than actually teaching them how to handle pressure directly.
No, I think that it could be a baby step to that.
But why? Where is the benefit of it?
Because
I can just use very little pressure, and the dog actually can see what's happening because it's important to see it. I can even announce it because that's also important. And I can show them how to deal with it in the level that they can.
Yes.
I don't see any use of the box at that point.
And you have great points. I mean, this is, and whenever we see the box too, we want the dog to have a reaction of like, oh, here we go, like getting fired up. And then I have a question here. Does the box actually change how the dog in the experiments feel about the other dogs? I don't think so. I think that these are excellent points. And I think it's also kind of like the position box too when we use. Do you ever use a position box at all?
No.
Okay. And I think that people utilize those as well.
Right.
What's up, Larry? Larry's here.
I don't like, again, position box, nothing wrong with position box. However, sooner or later you have to take it out.
Yes.
And how you go about it, and when you take it out, is that something actually that's going to happen that really is what had to happen even to begin with for the dog to understand what the goal of the box is. And first of all, when you're talking about the box, what because the box is used for so many things, for change of position, for going to place over a jump, from I mean, there's like boxes everywhere.
Well, the dog starts to look for the box.
Before we go to the box, do you have another good one for the dopamine box?
So the other thing
that you feel that you can defend?
I mean, the one thing that I do like is also we click out of the box too. So when we're in the box, and then we will click and then to get out of the box. And so we'll put an article in the box, and then the dog sniffs the article, click them out to get the reward from us.
Okay, so why can you not do that without the box?
You can, absolutely.
So what is the benefit of doing it in the box?
The only thing that comes to my mind is just a focused space.
Well, it is a focused space. What is the focus space? How does focus space that you call benefit the situation? How does that make the learning more well-rounded or faster or precise, or like where is the actual, what is that focus that you are talking about?
That's a great question. I mean, it's like putting the blinders on the horse, like taking all distractions away, boom, focus on there, on the box.
Right.
But I mean, I use the box, and I had.
So if it's about a distraction, sorry to interrupt. If it's about dealing with distraction and you're trying to isolate something, you can very easily use some vacuum environment that the dog is familiar with, that there is nothing going on,
Right.
and work without the box. Or if you, I was going to say if you're a really good trainer, but that's very wrong to say. But another option is to create a rapport, trust, cooperation, and motivation with the dog that can handle the outside world. Like if I need to resort to a box to convince my dog to ignore the world, to me, that's very poor solution.
I get your point. Absolutely. And it brings up this question, is it the lack of emotion? So would that bring about the lack of consideration of the dog's emotion in this training?
Yeah, so this is another kind of thing. I don't... when I train and when I teach, being a person, being a dog, being a parrot, I like to be part. Overall, Napo relies on self-discovery and shaping, and the trainers kind of on a standby, just basically reinforcing and forcing the situation. And I think that's, again, like I'm very strongly opinionated and I say what I say, but I think this is a disservice to a dog. Dogs are very intelligent, and I think they would rather see me struggling and trying to teach them and be part of the teaching. Like if I wanted to teach them to go to a place, I will actually be like, dude, let's go to the place. Okay. That's something any dog will do. I don't need to stand behind and make them figure it out because it's self-discovery, because for some reason, I guess the theory is that if it's self-discovery, it's much stronger and much more lasting and much more bulletproof and so on. And I strongly disagree with that as well.
What they would call operant, where the dog creates through their response a behavior that is then click release to come get the reward. And where you're not guiding the dog has seemingly discovered it on their own. Mm-hmm. And you want to be a part of that. And I get that. And talking to Jay Jack, he said something that made me think of this twice too, is like,
there is always, we got to think of what is the functional outcome of this, and what are the mechanisms, what are the constraints, and what are the trade-offs.
Yes.
And when I put all this together, I am actually very puzzled how this gets sold as that brilliant idea, you know?
Yeah.
My Facebook's gonna be burning after this.
Well, but we have a good question here. Are there any benefits to self-discovery? Because a dog does the behavior, is rewarded, has discovered that this gets them a reward, and they repeat the behavior, and then it gets rewarded again, and then they repeat it again, and so they start to recognize a pattern, and then eventually we would name that, and then the dog has discovered this behavior. Is there any advantage or benefits to that? Do you believe that that's all bullshit?
I think it's all bullshit. Now, to be very clear, self-discovery happens daily, hourly. It's not like it doesn't happen. You leave any living thing alone, there will, again, there is behaviors and there is variation and there is selection of behaviors, and this selection of behaviors happens because some behavior works and other didn't. This is a very normal mechanics, very normal process. However, it all comes down to what is the motivation behind. Does what I discover has any serious meaning for me to do it or not to do it? And you can think of, or anybody that, I don't know who asked that question, but think of any example of that self-discovery, that it's this everlasting magical situation. And I strongly believe that I will prove you wrong, whatever that example you will give me. So think of something.
The dog offers a behavior. So say that you wanted the dog to go to a box and then jump up on the box. Okay. But the dog instead puts his 2 paws on the box.
Mm-hmm.
And then you click and reward that.
Right.
And then the dog runs back to the box.
Right. So you're going to eventually do some shaping by approximation, and you're going to get the dog on top of the box, and he's going to get paid.
Well, even not just on top of the box, but the dog offering a different behavior that you weren't specific about.
Mm.
Right. So so now instead of just on the box, the dog is offered 2
so
paws.
Again, you will go through shaping by approximation, and you will select the next criteria. And eventually you're going to have an end goal, whatever that end goal is.
Well, not necessarily an end goal. Sometimes the dog offers a behavior that was not part of our end goal. And now we have a way of rewarding that behavior.
Right. You can capture that if you want.
That's right.
Sure. So, okay. But you still have an end goal of doing this, right?
Yeah.
You still want the dog to get on top of the box.
Yeah.
And so you're going to let him figure it out on its own, because you believe that it's going to, for some reason, because he discovered it on his own, it's going to be better than if I said you just jump on here and get the same reward.
Yep. Or, I mean,
do you really believe that?
Do I know? I don't. I mean, honestly, yeah.
So that again is not a valid argument then.
No, what I'm saying is that this is what is professed, and this is what is believed will happen. But for me personally, I'm a big fan of walking the dog on the place or wherever we want him to, showing him exactly what we want, helping the dog. And because I know how frustrated I would be after when Jay Jack and I had this conversation about, dude, just show me what you want. Don't just expect me to get it. Show me. Show me what you want, because I'm just going to get frustrated at you if you're like, no, that's not it. No, that, it's like, it's clarity and communication. But I agree with you fully. Like the relationship, the rapport, the trust has to be there in order for me to be able to show the dog exactly.
No, but again, we're veering off, and I don't want to let it go for some reason right now. The self-discovery. My argument is that there is no magic behind it, and it's definitely not a deal breaker. And a lot of times it's way more time consuming and way more frustrating. And the end goal, because of that, is not any better, the outcome.
Well, and there's instability with it as well. And I guess that would be the frustrating part of it, right? Where the dog is frustrated and uncertain.
Now, I mean, you've seen videos of me. We did a conversation with Omar. Unfortunately, we never could put it out because you know how we struggle with the mics. It just became very messy. So
it did. I was wondering about that. Yeah, I was wondering where the heck that was.
Yeah. So I mean, talking about Omar von Mueller and his magic that he does, and it's all shaping by approximation. And I mean, again, I have so many videos of dogs doing the same. Well, not the same. He's overly fixated, and he's that's his life. but I can teach a dog to, open the toilet and pee and flush it and close it and whatever shaping. I understand shaping really, really good. And of course, and there is place for it. Like if I cannot say, hey, dude, start walking on front legs, and I cannot just show him and hope that by mimicking he will do it, then I have to shape it. So I'm not disregarding shaping the approximation at all cost, at all time. I'm just saying that it's not as it's presented, that there is a certain sorcery and magician there, that when it's self-discovered, the behavior that has these superpowers. That's absolutely not the case. It's absolutely a myth. It's very misleading, actually. That's kind of my argument on that one.
We have a comment. Self-discovered behaviors aren't stronger than a taught behavior. If you stop reinforcing a self-discovered behavior, the dog will stop doing it, just the same as if you stop reinforcing a taught behavior.
I kind of missed it. Do they agree with me or disagree?
I think it's just a
if
comment.
they agree, I don't have to, but if they disagree, I can pay attention to it. Oh, I see it here. Hold on. So let's go around. The stronger than taught behavior if you stop. So anything with reinforcement is like that. It's just, that's what differential reinforcement is about too. Like you can, stop reinforcement here, start reinforcement here. You shift the motivation to do something else because of change of reinforcement, of course. However, if that reinforcement that you used as differential reinforcement stops, that's when people kind of tend to believe that, oh, we use differential reinforcement, we stop reinforcing this one, now we're reinforcing that alternate or other or whatever behavior, and that is gone. This is not gone. This is just temporarily replaced because there is a reinforcement here. And the moment this kind of reinforcement here stops, the dog remembers that this is available, that this is still reinforcing. So there is even there to have differential reinforcement work, there is a very much more interesting and complicated process how to, make that work. But when you stop reinforcement, being shaping by approximation or being just saying, hey, Jude, come on the table, you stop the reinforcement on both, the behavior is going to start to fade away. That's very absolutely normal, unless we find a way to create self-rewarding. The activity of jumping on a table becomes self-rewarding. But because it's self-discovery, that does not make it self-rewarding. This is very important distinction. Because the self-discovery still relies on external reinforcers. So if you want something to last, the most important part is, can you make the behavior self-reinforcing? Can you utilize some genetic predisposition, something from the selection, some, again, not to go too far into that. However, again, my bottom line to this self-discovery is that I have doesn't mean much. It just sold as it's kind of like a snake oil to me, really. I mean, I would like to hear your point. I mean, I'm always open to, and I have changed my mind many, many times. I've learned my lessons, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't argue. But if you can change my mind, please do, because I'm curious.
Well, and the key is to become the behavior itself, like you said, becomes the reward, right? And so start to let the self-discovered behavior be known until the behavior itself becomes the reward. And we can use,
but that cannot happen. You have an external ring, like you're shaping, and the only reason that shaping is happening is because of you're providing reinforcement and you're raising criteria, correct?
right.
So finally you get to the end goal of what you wanted, and you're still relying on a payoff.
Not necessarily. We start to fade out the payoffs and through intermittent rewards to keep that dopamine
Yeah, so
at a higher level.
So a random schedule of reinforcement does not create internal reinforcement. It just makes the behavior a little bit more resistant because the dog still believes
that it could be
that maybe I will get some.
Yes.
Apples and oranges.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening to you, and keep in mind too, like this isn't my core, right? It's not my core certification. This isn't.
But it's cool conversations. I mean,
absolutely.
you know what is the bad thing about these conversations? They're conversation to be had, and ideas have to be challenged.
Amen.
And defended.
Well, and I'm not the one who wrote this, right?
Right.
I would love it if Bart or Michael could come on here,
right,
and talk with you, because I am, and that's the other aspect too, is that when you do these TWC schools, and then you start to have other people teach the program.
Let me for a moment, because I just thought of something very important that I don't know how many people will watch this, but I'm sure now that we hit these topics, people will end up listening to this because it's controversial, of course, and that's all it takes. I just want to, as a side note, say, because there is all these rumors always that Ivan doesn't take people that have gone through Napo, or, and this is just like total nonsense and bullshit. Like, I have many people that have gone through Napo, and I am not trying to say, it's not like Karen Pryor. It's like you either use positive reinforcement or you use shock collars. And if you use shock collars, you cannot be part of Karen Pryor. That's not what we do. Like, we have very much respect for anything. Just because I would disagree with ideas and concepts, that doesn't mean anything. And anybody that has Napo is totally welcome. There is never, like, I just don't know where these rumors even come from, but it seems that there is somehow this in the background, back noise, as like, oh, if you've done Napo, you're not going to be able to go to TWC. It's just like, why? Yeah. Anyway, hopefully you remember where you were going. I just wanted to say this because...
Well, and what I was saying is that when you do certify TWC trainers after they go through your school, and one of the things that I love about your school is the standard that you keep, and that, and just so you know, I wrote you quite a while ago asking if you would accept me in the TWC program, and you said yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's proof in the pudding before I really knew you. And also, when I first asked you to do an interview, I remember what you said to me. You're like, well, we disagree on so much, I don't know what we're going to talk about. And I was like, fuck you, dude. I was like, how do you know? You don't even know me, man. Like, that's how we started off this. And this is what I think is important, is that we should be able to challenge each other and have discussions and bring up our points that we disagree with, and not be hush hush about it, but because dogs at the end of the day are the ones that benefit from our interaction. And that's why I'm so happy to know you And eventually, I do want to do the TWC program. I want to learn from you and being able to visit you at your place. But what
And
are
TWC is it's not like it's not like, oh, you're certified now you're this professional trainer guru. It's like if you pass the test, it basically says that you understand the system, and the system is educational. It's just a concept, and you pass the test, and you can throw that in the toilet if you want to. No, I'm not following you to dictate how you train dogs. All I care is, okay, you understand the system, and you can completely disagree with it, just as I disagree right now with another system. You can totally disagree with it. You still get certified because you've proven that you understand the system.
You're proficient.
And from there on, you're on your own. It's just an educational thing. It's not this master. You don't become a master trainer. I don't have any authorities over you or any, this is not what it's about.
Okay. I like that. Now what happens when somebody becomes a certified trainer to train TWC? Do you do that, right?
No.
Oh, you don't. So you're the only place that you can get certified.
Yeah.
TWC. Okay.
Yeah. Like I believe that at least until I can, and at least until I find people that I really believe that they can teach it. Again, they don't have to practice it, but they understand the ins and outs of it and problem solve within the system. I would love to, but for right now, I think I really believe that people that come to the school come because of me, to teach it. Like, I really believe that that's the case. And
I agree.
It's wearing me out in one side, but on the other side, it's very gratifying. And as I said, like very early in the conversation, I always come up with new things. Like anybody that has done the course, the original course, and anybody that has done it 2 years after, and anybody that is going today through the course, they're like incredible leaps of what is the next frontier, if you want.
The evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah. How would you describe what is TWC? I mean, I know it's training without conflict is what the acronym is. But how would you describe it? How would you
training without conflict, it's a of course there is a little bit of a catchy name there. Sometimes people think that, well, we need conflict in order to learn. And of course you need conflict sometimes to learn. Conflict is part of the kind of, a problem solving and a challenge, and however, the conflict that I'm talking about is the lack of ability to explain what you want. So like if the difference between dogs and humans, like humans understand concepts, we can think abstractly, and I can really tell you exactly what to do. And if you're motivated, if I find what motivates you, you will just do it right there and then. With a dog, I cannot instruct a dog this way. So dogs learn in a different way, and they learn through patterns, and they learn through the consequences and through the variation and selection and so on. But it's the same end goal. It's just how we go about it. It's different. Conflict is part of, however, when you're trying to teach something, like let's say people say repetition. I'm like, I become allergic, because repetition is only good at certain point, and only if you're repeating something that has benefits and not the other way around. Because you can be repeating nonsense as many thousand times, and it would be a disastrous outcome. So the conflict, without conflict, the conflict part really is teaching. Like if I can put it in the opposite way, I would say teaching with clarity. And when you're teaching and you're lacking clarity, you're basically just have all these open-ended things and confusion and, oh, well, I'm teaching this, but you're doing this. And then we just don't know how to get to what I really want to teach you. And there is a frustration building up. There is emotional states that gets infected. There is attached behavior to emotional states, so on and so on. This is the conflict that I'm talking about. So this is what the system is trying to get rid of. So we have a very direct way of teaching. Just as I said, like you can have the dog struggle with the shaping by approximation to, I don't know, to teach him to go and play ball, or to teach him to make retrieve, or to get him on the table. Before I go there, I would always search for a much more natural way that I can interact with the dog, that the dog can understand, to show them. And it always happens faster. And it's always, the outcomes are just very different. But that's kind of what, I used to, when I now I don't do anymore, but when I first started giving a lot of seminars on training without conflict, and I would go to Europe and I would get a lot of force-free people, because the title kind of can mislead somebody that we train without punishment, without aversives, or without something like that. And they get disappointed, but then the people that kind of stay a little longer, they're like very intrigued, and they change their minds all the time.
From a force-free perspective, or?
Yeah, because I mean, they come and I'm like, well, what do you forget about? I can teach you this way or the other way, whatever, but what did you come? What did you want to get out of this workshop? And then we resolve it in much faster and much more clear and persistent. And on top of that, of course, there is no fallouts, and there is no, they walk away happy. It's definitely changing their minds.
And it's more relationship based. That's what I like. Play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relation. It's an interaction. Like I can say I'm not happy, or I'm disappointed, or I'm very excited, or I'm just okay. Like, interaction is very important part in my world.
Yeah, I think it's a very important part in all of our worlds, especially when we are making relationships, getting to know people, getting to know truly how to. One of my favorite books is How to Win Friends and Influence People. Right. And that's where my head is going now. And it's about how do we garner respect, trust, and you said earlier, rapport. And I often say rapport is power when it comes to relationships with human beings. Why do we forget that when we're working with another sentient being,
right,
as a dog? And that's where.
So I can tell you, like, I mean, just real quick, like the how I look at things and how it's different, because again, I'm not chasing behaviors.
Okay.
It's not, the behaviors are the easiest part. What gets attached to behaviors is emotional states and interaction. So I need rapport. so I can have trust. I've talked about this so many times. If I don't have good rapport with you, I'm not going to have your trust. I cannot gain your trust if I cannot have that rapport. So that would be, I have to find a way how to create that rapport with you. And that's not going to be by food deprivation, and that's not going to be by shaping by approximation and being standing by. Once I have trust, I need motivation for whatever we're doing. And once you have the motivation, now we have to find a way how to cooperate so we both make that happen. And to all this to happen, I need effective communication. I need to have shared goals. I need to have a very good conflict resolution skills. When things go off the rail a little bit, who am I? How do I handle it? When the dog does something, how do we reconcile and how we move on from that point? And then, of course, there is all the, ethical considerations and all that, right? I mean,
well, it sounds like you build a majority of your rapport through play, just interaction, play, trust, exercises.
you can build rapport in so many ways.
I mean, being with the
dog.
You
can just take a dog and go running.
Yeah.
Play does the same thing. It changes physiology. There is like a model that, you basically can change emotional state. You really can change emotional state where, like let's say you didn't eat today.
I haven't eaten
today. You have to meet somebody, and it's an important conversation. You're gonna be a little edgy. You're gonna be looking at the person, and you're gonna be like, man, this, I don't know. Like, there is a bunch of very cool studies, research done, like going to a court. Let's say you have a speeding ticket or whatever.
Yeah, we talked about
that. The chances are that if it's close to 12 o'clock before the judge goes into a break, you may not get away with it.
Yeah. Or same when they're getting off of work as well. So
right.
Lunchtime and then the end of day.
And so to me, going back to the dopamine box and this kind of stuff, it doesn't touches any of what is interesting to me and how to change behavior.
Well, it sounds like,
I know I'm kind of bouncing all over the place.
It sounds like there's a key element that is being left out here, or it also sounds like there is an inconsideration of, just like we said earlier, about the dog's emotional. Let me find this one here. Is it the lack of emotion in the training? And I would say to a degree, yes. Or consideration of all parties involved, because when you are building rapport.
Sorry, Bill, I got distracted because I only see four posts. There is like at least 19 comments, but I don't know. I'm probably doing something weird.
Well, here, no, there's comments on your posts, and those don't show up on my post for some reason.
Okay.
So because the original post, like, they have to go to my.
It doesn't matter. If there is anything, you will alert me to. But repeat what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, and if you guys if you have a comment or a suggestion, come to my Bow Wow Bill page on YouTube or Facebook and comment there, and then it will show up here. So when I show these comments, that's coming from the original source of the video. So if you want to interact or have any questions or comments for Ivan or myself, and what I was saying is, so I know you, and I spend time with you, and another thing I want to bring up is the IACP. Are you going to IACP, by the way, this year in LA?
I am not going. Not because of who's presenting. I'm just not going because I am very busy and have a lot of things to do different than that. there is some conflict of schedule, but I will be presenting in the European one.
Well, I
They
hope
asked me
that
to
your
present.
schedule opens up, and I hope that we get
Um,
to spend time together there because, and my point is that this is how I feel like we have built rapport, and you build rapport with other trainers, other colleagues, and you realize that
True.
you like these people that are doing the same thing that you're doing, and
Mhm.
and so that bums me out. But if I saw you, right, and I take consideration of how you're feeling, or your lack of sleep, or your lack of not eating, right, and we make changes to better that situation based on consideration for others,
Mhm.
right? And so same thing when we're working with animals, is we have to consider their emotional state as well.
The dog training industry, as everybody calls it, it's an interesting place. I wish there is a more of a martial arts kind of scenario, to where you cannot just talk and bullshit, and you cannot just say that, oh, I've had this high scores on this, and it's like, well, what is the high score that you had, and what happened? Like, where were you? Because I've never seen you anywhere, not even in any rankings. So just because you're, bullshitting on your website that you have the high obedience score in anything, is like, okay, that, like, it's kind of like I was just a week ago or a few days ago where we went to watch a baseball game, and it kind of remind me of, all the baseball statistics. You can always find something in baseball that it's a record and that you're part of it, but, and training thousands of dogs, or being in a business so many times, or having a podcast, or talking to whatever, or being in the right circle, this all marketing and publicity. But your actual knowledge, how do you, like, I mean, I'm kind of asking you, how do you decide who is a good trainer? Based on what? On conversations and intelligence of having a good conversation, on past credentials, and what credential actually is considered credential, and what accomplishment actually is considered accomplishment. I think this is a most likely the weakest point in the whole dog training industry. People listen to the wrong people all the time. And I'm not saying listen to me, people, don't get me wrong. But how do you decide? Pick a name and tell me, or, since you put me on the
Well,
spot, pick
just
a
like
name and tell me, why do you think that person is a great trainer? What is and let's break it down.
first, well, I mean, so many of my people that I've worked with. I mean, Bart, I saw the video with Thor, right?
Right.
And so I
Right.
went and I met him. I watched him present at the IACP. I watched him put
So what
e-collar.
did you like on the video of Thor?
I like the focus. I like the instant execution of commands. I like the calm demeanor of
The
his
demeanor was by no means a calm.
on Bart's.
Oh, okay.
On Bart's, like the demeanor of him, of standing
Okay.
and
Okay.
very
Yeah.
subtly very subtle movements,
Yeah.
and the dog executing right away.
Okay.
But then there's Omar, right? And being able to. I remember in the podcast when we did the podcast with you, me, and Omar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, "Why are you here? What questions do you have for Omar?" And I said, "I don't have any questions for him because I could just ask him a question over the internet. I want to watch him. I want to know
Mm-hmm.
him. I want to touch
Mm-hmm.
him. I want
Mm-hmm.
to shake his hand. I want to exchange, I call it psychic energy, like knowing and meeting somebody and spending time with them and watching them interact with their dogs and how their dogs interact with them. And same thing with you, with Larry, with Jay, Jack, with
Man, you really put me on a very hard place here.
oh shit!
Like you really put me in a very hard place. And again, I have to keep repeating, like in Bart,
You touched me.
I consider him, you know, I mean, he's definitely a really, really good trainer. And he has passion, and I'm sure he sleeps and eats and thinks dogs just as much as I do.
He does.
The video of Thor, is it good training? Is it not good training? I probably have not probably, of course I have my opinion. I can break it down in many, many details. However, how do you know what is good training? We need to have we need to line up 20 people that do
Yes.
that orchestrated. We need to take the collars off. We need to take the sticks off. And we need to see, we have to have some way of comparing something that it's the same task.
Yes.
Right? And we need to strip it of all the help and see who does it better.
Well,
other than that, it's very difficult to say, well, this is brilliant.
And the other aspect of this, Ivan, is that I am not a sport dog trainer. Right. And so I'm a pet dog trainer. Right. And I'm family dog, right? We're you know, and maybe there was something that I saw within Bart with Thor, but I'll tell you somebody right now that you've worked with that I think is a good trainer. I think he's an excellent trainer. Do you know who I'm talking about?
There are many excellent trainers, man.
Well, somebody that is, I mean, pretty controversial right now.
Oh, Dylan Jones?
Yeah. Dylan, I think he's great. I think he's a great trainer. Yes. And I think also showing the before and then the whole process of the training as well. And there's this young guy, Austin, who I did a live stream with him as well. And I've talked to Dylan.
But again, it is very, again, I mean, I agree with you. Again, Bart is a great trainer, so is Dylan, and so are many others. However, there is no way of us comparing who is better because of, even if I'm rehabilitating an aggressive dog, and even if it has similar problem to what somebody else does, there are many factors, and we cannot strip it to where we can really say these are level, equal grounds. Who is better?
There's so many variables to consider.
Right.
And not only the variables to consider of the training, but then we have the variables to consider of that particular individual. And then we have the variables to consider of the dogs that they work with on an individual level.
Right.
Right. To get a dog that's motivated, that's eager, that's energetic versus a dog that is unmotivated, lazy, and just wants to be a couch potato. And how do we approach those situations? And this is why I think that it's important, as if you are a good dog trainer, there's no finish line to the learning that you do. And that's one of the things, like I've watched you go down a rabbit hole with a thought that you had. What was that? Do you remember that that online, I think it was Michael Shikashio's online aggressive dog seminar. I don't know if he was the one that was putting it on, but when I I was there, and that's I mean, that's what I loved about you, is that we're learning and we're watching everybody, and we're taking the pearls of wisdom that they might have, or it might be covered in a bunch of nonsense, but we're willing and able to listen and learn from people that we might primarily disagree with.
Right.
And I think that is the goal here too, is that once you think that you have all of this just figured out, that you're dead in the water. That it is a constant evolution, not just as an individual, but as an industry as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, no question about it.
And getting deep with it too, and getting nuanced with it as well. But I think that it's just such a big question. And at the end of the day, man, looking at the interaction with the dog and the person.
Yeah, so on the I will give you an example with puppies. Just breeding dogs forever and testing puppies and selecting puppies for different people and whatever. It's very easy. You don't need no experience to say which puppies are insecure and shy and unstable, which are more resilient and more outgoing and more playful. And then there is the 5 in the middle that you still have to kind of put them somewhere. And this is where the real skill comes in place. And also sometimes, something that's considered very shy or very difficult actually has a good purpose, and you can, that's going in a different direction. But again, the hearsay and as I said, I don't want to repeat myself. There is like way too many ways to say I'm a really good trainer, and then many people can point to that trainer that they're a very good trainer, but based on what? And once you get to based on what, that's when it becomes interesting, because what do you compare it to?
What do you compare it to? How do you define when somebody's a good trainer?
This is a good one. So I can tell you who talks well. I can tell you who, again, like the two extremes, and this in between. To me, training, there is certain talent. And what I'm looking for is, again, it's probably very different. It's not just behavior. And that behavior, how is it controlled at the end? And how consistent that behavior is. And compare that behavior to another trainer that can do something similar. This kind of how I would look. However, I don't know. I feel very confident to to see, like, let's say if it's just how let's say you're using aversive, how you use the aversive, how you interact, if it's with food or if it's through play. It takes me very little time to put you in a certain category. Very little time.
What about creativity of being able to utilize, like you said, when you look at a puppy, we have a very confident dog, we have a very skittish or insecure dog, we have the dogs in the middle. What about the eclectic knowledge base needed to use different approaches to shape and to get the relationship built and the behavior exhibited that you would like?
Yeah, so that would be, again, like I would always, for me, speed is very important. How fast something can be communicated and be learned. What does it take? I just lost my thought.
Knowledge base. So you got speed, how quickly it can be communicated and learned.
When you can communicate something in a timely fashion, that means that you have clarity and you understand that there can be 5 different ways, and you may jump from one to another, but ultimately you can accomplish it extremely fast.
Okay.
And at the same time, you have a dog in a very positive emotional state. It's not dodging bullets. It's not ihuaha and rainbows and unicorns. There is understanding, there is clarity, there is reliability. And when I say this, I know that people will say, well, I see this and I see this, but if you sit with me, I'm not going to do this for the whole world here on social media, but next time you come to Florida, you pick somebody and we watch a video of them either competing or training or whatever, and I will break it down for you very, very fast. And I will point to you the things that I would like and the things that I don't like. And I will also tell you how it can be done different, if it can be done different. Or I also can say, whoa, I didn't think of that. That's really fucking awesome.
Yeah, I love it when that happens.
Of course, that's an option. It's on the table. Always. That's what makes it interesting, actually.
And that can come from somebody who is brand spanking new.
That's right.
Not just a veteran. That's why I like speaking with veterans and people that have been in the industry 30, 40 years, longer than I've been alive. And then that's what I like, even talking to people who've been in the industry 5 years or less, 1 year even. I'll talk to people, and sometimes they blow my mind, or sometimes they just remind me of what I do and why I do what I do. And that's another reason why I like going to these conferences and meeting new trainers. And
conferences are dangerous, in my opinion. And the reason they're dangerous is because of how speakers are selected. I think it's extremely dangerous because the moment you invite a speaker, somehow it comes with the subliminal understanding that they really have something of value. And they may, but along that one thing that have, there is a whole package that is very shitty that goes along. Or it's rainbows and unicorns, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
So I really have I'm kind of torn because it's good to have this, but then who is to select speakers? Because if I select speakers, I probably will select somebody that 99% of the people will work why? So we do have different understanding, just as we have different takes of how we train dogs, but it comes down to how we can compare what is the criteria, how we can strip the noise and really see who is a better trainer. This is probably the most interesting part for me. So yeah, in the conferences, there is a lot of times very young, or not young, but young in terms of their development trainers. And they absorb, they're like sponges, they're writing notes, they're really thinking that this is I'm going home and I'm doing this, Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, fuck, I want to walk out. But if I walk out, everybody's going to see me that I'm walking out. I don't have answer to this. However, right now, and I'm not talking ICP, I'm talking all conferences, because I believe it or not, I'm on all, I watch them all. You know, the moment you walk on that stage, you come up and you have this authority.
You're a thought leader in the industry.
Yes, you are. And it's a very dangerous place to be. And I don't think we have a good direction.
Is there anybody that...
Why do you think we're getting this all positive trainers in ICP, for example? What do you think is the idea behind?
I haven't really put much thought to it. I never was a member of the ICP. I just became a member because I think that it is valuable to have a united front. But I
Very
also...
much so. Very true.
Right. And so that's where, and I had a wonderful time in Savannah, but I've been to 11 conferences, never was a member until this year. And
I think it's important to be a member, as much as, I mean, you can see, I clearly can disagree with a lot of things of how.
But I think it's important to have disagreements, and I think that it is, I don't know, maybe they're trying to appeal to a wider audience.
Right.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing Denise Fenzi. I'm looking forward to seeing the people that and
so let's take Denise Fenzi. What do you think of Denise Fenzi?
I don't know much about her, and so that's why I'm looking forward to seeing her and looking forward to seeing what she has.
So let's say she has a very nice presentation that is very logically and very well structured.
Okay.
She's a very, I'm not saying, I mean, let's pick a different name. Let's say whomever, Karen Johnson.
Okay.
Hopefully there is not such a person. And let's say Karen Johnson speaks very well and he has a very good logic and he puts things in such a way that makes sense to you.
Yes.
But you don't see it in practice. How do you buy something just on, I'm telling you it works, because it worked for me.
I don't buy
it. It works all the time.
I don't buy it until I see it applied. I see it work, or I compare my experience with various dogs and be like, well, it might work for that particular dog, but it would not work for this dog, that dog, or this dog. I would take my experiences. And just like when I started in the industry, Ivan, I was one of those force-free people. I was the person that was like, all treats and then I looked at the dog in front of me, and I remember having this thought of like, this should work.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't this working? Why is this dog becoming so dysregulated when this should work of what I've known and what I've learned? And that took me on the journey to learn from as many people as I can and to apply what I've known and learn from.
Yeah, but very likely the person that you try to follow their ideas can say, well, you didn't really get what I'm talking about and you're doing it not the way I'm talking about. So you need to step back and you need to take time. It's very easily you can get in this loop and there is no way out of it. And you can bounce from one trainer or one methodology to another and still be in that loop. You're not evolving. That's my opinion. Have you looked at Denise Fenzi credentials?
No.
All right. So why would you say that you're looking forward to listen to her? Like, what is it that?
Because like you said, I guess it's because she is being selected.
Because people talk.
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of what I'm saying.
That could be dangerous.
It can be. It is extremely dangerous. It just puts you in it's a very, yeah.
Let me see here.
And then we go to, well, I'm a sport trainer. I mean, not me, but whomever's presenting. Or I'm not a sport trainer, but I'm only pet trainer, or I'm only aggression trainer. It's like, okay, you're just trying to kind of avoid actual direct challenge of what you can do.
I just want to, I mean, I guess to find out what she's all about. I don't know. I mean, that's a good question.
And then
Because
a
I don't
lot
know-
of
I
them,
don't know
like a
anything
lot
about
of the force-free people that kind of bounce around and bounce around. It's not, again, you know, you have this pretty good, well-known names of trainers that, you know, they will present here, or they will present here, or they will have podcasts here, or they will have podcasts here. And they're kind of like a chameleons, like they're just trying in a very smart way to please the audience they're speaking to right now. But they never really stand and say, this is my position. Like for example, you know, take electric collars or shock collars or whatever you want to call it. It's like, are you trying to ban electric collars or no? And if you do, why? And if you don't, why? And if you start to wiggle around, you are just losing my respect at that point. Because the moment you say, well, it depends, and well, there is this, it's like, no, it's like, what is your understanding of a topic, whatever it is? I mean, I just picked electric color, but whatever it is. But don't wiggle around. This is when I'm having conversation with people, I would appear rude, and they would blame it like, oh, he's smoking cigars, he's so disrespectful. Leave the cigar alone. Let's just have the conversation, you know? Like, I'm really asking direct question, and I know enough that I'm not gonna let you wiggle around this question. Just like how I didn't let you, you know, dance around the box or the whatever, or name it when it's all good. What was it? How's that saying go? When to name the behaviors. Like, there's just a lot of things like this in dog training that are very interesting, you know, but I don't know. What do you see? Comments, whatever. I don't know.
Okay, we'll go to the comments.
I know I'm pissing people off.
No, but you're talking and you're sharing your thoughts, and I think that's why I do these conversations. And
the thing is, I train dogs. That's all I do. I train dogs, and I compare myself.
What about and I want to fall back onto where I was talking about the eclectic knowledge base because of the variables that are constantly changing. I always tell people we have the environment, we have the person that is handling the dog, and then we have the dog itself. And what works for one dog might not work for another dog. And we have these tools, methodologies, approaches that might be more effective with this particular animal. Do you believe that that's true, and that might not work with another?
So again, like this again, it's you're leaving the door wide open. So there is nothing that I can say besides, yeah, I agree with you, simply because I have no idea where you're going with this. However, I will ask you to get specific, because there is no question that certain things universally work or do not work. And just as there is no question that some dogs are genetically predispositioned to do A, B, and C, and the other ones may be X, Y, Z. So what are we comparing? What is the end goal and how you go about it? So unless we get specific, we basically I can talk the nice talk. I can agree with you, and eventually we can leave this. I'm not talking you. I'm just, I hope you understand what I mean. But eventually, at the end of that conversation, I will tell you that you're really good, and I will expect that you will return the favor and tell me that I'm really good. And then some other people that are listening are going to say, these two guys are really good. What a nonsense. That's a waste of time. That's just conversations. There is no ground for nothing. So what are you really talking about when you say that?
That we need to have. I mean, I guess I'm still leaving it wide open with it. I mean, we need to have a large knowledge base, but no knowledge also of when and where to apply the proper action to get the behavior that we want. Does this make sense?
No, it does not. Because again, we should be able to strip down, just kind of peel the onion of the noise, and let's see what are we really talking about. Like something more concrete, something more specific, and then a conversation can happen. Just like the conversation I had with, I don't know when it was, the most frustrating conversation that I had with Susan Garrett, that she was trying to show me how she fixed the dog not to chew on a dumbbell. And I'm like, well, how did you do it? And she cannot say how she did it. And she went around and about for probably 35 minutes in that podcast until I finally gave up. And this is what really bothers me in dog training. You can be repeating, you can be doing something very good in that stage, but that's, let's say, stage 3, and you need to get to stage 7 to complete everything. I don't give a shit how good you are in stage 3. How do you move the wheels from there? And then how do you problem solve? And then how are you going to reconcile? And then what really is going to be the end result? And how we compare that end result to something else. It's not easy. Not that I don't have the answer. That's why I said that, it would be so easy if we do it UFC style, to where it's like, okay, yeah, you talk, you're good, let's roll, go.
Yeah.
But just see.
Yeah. Well, let the dog be the proof, the pudding in the interaction.
But when you say, well, you work with the dog in front of you, or, well, it depends. Well, it depends on the owner. If there is so many exits in a conversation, I'm not interested in the exits. I'm trying to narrow it down to actually really having the conversation. And that's where I appear very rude.
I don't think it's rude. I think that it's thought-provoking. I think it's challenging, and I like it because it makes you strive to do better, to be better, to be
and
a better
everybody,
communicator.
I genuinely believe that the majority of people that are training dogs, that's where they want to be. They want to have good product. They want to be good to dogs. They want to, have families be successful, or competitors be successful, or whatever. There's no question in my mind. There are some extremely fake influencers that's all they it's mind-boggling, because just the sheer amount of posts that are made, it tells me where their head is. You cannot possibly train one dog in the quality that probably you can give to that dog, simply because you're not training the dog and you're chasing likes and subscribers. And on top, that kind of really just, yes, you become a name, And most people drink the Kool-Aid, but I can promise you that there are other trainers, me included, that are just watching it as pure entertainment at nighttime and having a blast, just enjoying the circus.
It is a circus, man. Well, one of the things that I remember when we did that podcast too, one of the things that I found very refreshing, because if you were to watch me with my dogs out here on my property, I mean, you would probably think that I need a dog trainer in some ways, because I let my dogs just be dogs. I let them run around and be.
Yeah, and that's another thing. That's actually, you're bringing an interesting point, because I would like to believe that most trainers are allowing their dogs to be stupid most of the time and be controlled when needed to be controlled.
Yes.
And if I have to call him 5 times and he's not coming, it's my fucking dog. He doesn't need to come right now. And he knows it and I know it. And sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm just going to shut the door and you're going to come eventually. I don't care, because I don't care.
Yeah.
But how do we go about how we compare? This is the big challenge. It's a very big challenge.
Jay says,
because if we find a way how to compare, then we're going to actually, just like how UFC has rankings of fighters,
yes,
and that constantly changes. We can have that. Right now, this is a chaos for the majority of people that are starting and that don't know how to wean the weeds from the flowers, you know.
Yeah, Jace says competition, and speaking of UFC, competition seems to be the only way to improve results. The rules are the same, the objectives are the same, colors are off, everyone does the same routine, then you get to see who gets the best score.
Yeah. It's a very, very interesting stuff. Like, this has been, you know, I know that many people, I know everybody understands what I'm talking about, but a lot of people disagree with what I'm saying, and a lot of people agree with what I'm saying. And the people that agree with me on this are the people that maybe not in dogs, but maybe in some other areas, they understand how rankings, what credentials and accomplishments in whatever the area is, there is some way of comparison, and it's not vague by no means. It's actually the opposite. A very cool one, though. If somebody ever comes up with this, and again, there is plenty of. Again, I may sound very rude. There's plenty of the pet trainers, and they would say, well, I have no interest of competing and testing myself against anybody else. And I understand that. It's not like what I'm doing. I'm not suggesting that everybody should do this. This is like, what I'm doing is absolute madness.
Do you think that the art aspect, like if we were to compare artists, that I've often said that dog training is an art and a science. Do you think that has any consideration with your question?
Sure. What is an art? I mean, there was a fucking banana taped with a duct tape. Do you remember this? That was sold for, I don't know how many millions of dollars as an art.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right down by you at
okay, so just because it was sold for this amount of money,
yeah,
is that what are we actually talking about?
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, who determines who determines that?
Right.
And how do we determine that? What's the criteria of who
And
is
that's
a better
the
artist?
tricky part, because like you can, like hats off if you get the job done and your clients are happy. Brilliant. But that still does not compare you to the other trainer that also has done the same. You're still not equally the same trainer. Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not.
Not on the same, maybe it's a different. Are you talking about like a universal? Like a universal.
Well, again, like I don't, I mean, for me, it's easy. Like I can say, well, this is what I've done in certain sport. And I have compared myself to the best of the world in this sport many times. And I know exactly where I stand. Having said that, I also understand, and it's a valid point, that many good pet trainers will say, I absolutely have zero interest to do that. Totally get it. However, how do I compare you? Because you've been successful with, let's say, 30 dogs or 300 dogs or 3,000 dogs or 30,000 dogs. Well, there can be another trainer that has trained only 2 dogs and still can be way better trainer than you.
I don't know the answer, man.
It's a tough one.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to
but
contemplate it.
At least for when we think of I don't know.
But your point being is that with these conferences, that they need to be careful on who they put on the pedestal, or provides a social proof that this person
they
is
absolutely
legit.
Yes, man, they absolutely do. But again, how do you make that decision? There is no criteria. So again, I mean, let's take Denise Fancy. So what you watched, you've heard her name. She has a Fancy Academy. She does speaking. She has some accomplishments.
I know Fancy from conversation with people at AKC obedience trial, though I recall Pat Stewart of the Canine Paradigm has spoken highly of her several times.
Right.
It's all
and so again, like you have Denise Fancy, you have Pat Stewart, you have how do you compare them to what is that you compare them? Because there is the one has academy, the other one has a good podcast. They talk nice, they teach people, they're productive, they definitely do some good things. But how do you tell me which one is a better trainer? And how do you compare them? How would you compare Denise Fancy to myself, for example?
I don't know enough about her to compare her to you. I don't know. I would assume not even on the same paradigm. I don't know.
Okay, forget me. How do you compare her to Pat Stewart? Or how do you compare? Pick two trainers that you know well.
Maybe I don't compare. Maybe I've always had the attitude of always being learning from people instead of comparing them.
But learning from people, and I know now that you mentioned Jay, and hopefully he still sticks around. Learning from people can be not just wasted time, but can be extremely dangerous for you if you have a certain goal. So if we go back to martial arts, there are these magicians that do no contact, that go like this,
Yeah.
And 20 fucking people are on the floor. And they do it long enough that actually they start believing themselves. And then eventually somebody smacks them on the face and they're like about to cry.
Yeah. When the real world hits them, literally.
But they have followers, they have believers.
Same thing
But
with
they
religion. It reminds me
do
of
not
those,
want to compare.
the priests that wave their jackets and they exorcise people or whatever. And then I think it's very similar.
Somebody saying the Landry has an interesting point, which I agree with. Pet dogs training criteria, number of lives saved,
Yep.
dogs and their owners.
Yep,
Okay, so the one, again, very solid argument. Somebody can save 25,000 dogs and somebody can save 5 dogs. The quantity is not what is the deciding factor of who is the better trainer. It absolutely cannot be.
The philosophy?
I mean, yeah, the no contact is a philosophy.
The results? The results?
Compare. It's only when you compare. The results, again, being a pet trainer, you must be one of these really awful, like extremely awful people that basically somehow the animal care and the police come and take your dogs. You need to be that kind of bad. Other than that, you're in the stream. You're moving on and you're successful and you're making money and and in the eyes of a pet owner, you're on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because you know more than they do.
Or
you've helped them.
with exactly. A problem that they didn't know how to resolve.
Right. But by no means that can be a comparison. Now, if we compare to where regardless of which camp, you have a dog that the one camp failed the dog and gave up, and the other one fixes it. That's still not a good model. You know, because now ideology comes into as a factor too. It's like, well, are we doing this, or is that okay, or is that what is it? You know.
I mean, it's
I'm really like, for me, it's super entertaining, but it's also, I feel bad for people that sign up to defend themselves on the street, thinking that they can pull some magic and hurt somebody without touching them. I feel awful for them. You know, just as I feel awful for police trainers that go to some really shady seminar just because they're presented as the best modern new thing, and it's utter nonsense, but they don't know. But I can break it down. But should I break it down? What is the why? Why would I need to be this? You know, I don't have time to just fight on the internet with people. Just do your thing, whatever. I mean, I'm probably old enough at this point that it's complicated.
Yes, it is. It is very complicated. But I don't know. I don't know what that would look like, the comparison model.
One thing people can do is be just a little smarter of But you can't, because you don't know what you're looking at. Like, just like I can look at a painting, and an artist can look at the same painting, and a bullshitter can look at the same painting, and the artist can say, well, that's a joke. And the bullshitter can say, this is an incredible masterpiece.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have to decide which one to listen to.
That's why I was asking about the art aspect of this. And is it in the eye of the beholder? Is it in the interpretation?
Well, in learning, there are certain laws. And there is, to some extent, again, the really awful ones are very quickly exposed. It's ridiculously funny for me. However, it's also ridiculously frustrating for me that there are thousands of people that believe that they can learn something from them. And that's just the nature of it.
Well, it's also, there's a law of freedom with learning.
What do you mean by that?
When learning is more effective when the learner has the freedom to choose, explore, and direct their own process. I'm just looking at laws, the principles of learning, laws of learning here. I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
So when you said, so we have the primary laws of learning. Now this is Thorndike.
That's Thorndike. I can talk to you about Thorndike for 3 days.
Yeah, but we have the readiness, exercise, effect. But down here is what I was looking at, the law of freedom. Right, learning more effective when the learner has the freedom. But here's the learner must.
Again, the laws of Thorndike are, they really don't. They're not relevant to the conversation we're having. Although I can go in incredible depth on this, that I can break the AIs on this very quickly. I'm not disregarding them. I'm actually. We teach this in the school. But it's a dog training is an art. It's a good way to say it.
Yeah.
And it gives you freedom to basically have different options and not to be rigid in the approach. If you have the knowledge, you can pick which will be the most appropriate for that particular moment in time.
The art and the science and the freedom of your interpretation.
But again, this does not compare you to. Like like, let's say you can have your art and I can have my art, and you're good in your art and I'm good in my art. And eventually we shake hands and everybody thinks that we're both really good in art. Well, one is better.
You're better. That's what I'll say.
But I mean, when I'm talking you and I, I'm not really talking you and I.
No, I understand. Yeah. So
we're a bigger picture.
Yeah.
And if we're talking art, it's like, okay, well, what art are we talking? Is it a sculpture? Is it an abstract painting? Is it there is endless options of art. So if you're good in this, are you really good overall in art, or are you just in this one little thing? And if you're good in that little niche, how do you compare yourself to the other that are just as good in that niche?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I have a couple comments here too. Trainers are teachers, though. Trainers are teachers, though. We measure teachers on how their students pass standardized testing, but we also witness when the teacher starts teaching to pass a test They stop teaching the student to truly understand the material. Well, and there's teachers that teach, but there's also teachers that teach how to think. Or there's teachers that teach from rote memorization, and then there's teachers that teach critical thinking. Does that make sense? Denise Fenzi gave up on her dog. She had it from a puppy that was super reactive. I don't think Ivan has. To say you,
yeah, but again, even this is you know, like I can see how somebody would give up on a dog, you know.
Me too.
Maybe just not, it's not your dog, you know, you don't jive, and or maybe
as a pet dog trainer,
it's not the dog for you. Maybe it's a dog for somebody else. It's not gonna take you where you want to be, or you don't want to deal with certain things that you know. So giving up on a dog, it's also not a good criteria for me. It's a good way to backstab a trainer. There is many ways to do that, of course.
I've had, as a pet dog trainer, I've had my clients give up their dog. It wasn't
because again, like, let's take that situation with Denise. Like, let's say the question, the real question here would be, if she really wanted to keep the dog and make the sacrifices that she needed to make because of that dog, would she be successful to keep the dog? And I would argue that yes, she would be. However, she said, this is just, why would I need that dog when I have to now just rearrange my life? And sometimes it's your choice. You have choice to make. That's not a good criteria to say if you're a good trainer or no.
In fact, I think that it would make you a better trainer to understand your capabilities of being able to what this dog requires.
Again, it's very extremely subjective.
Yes.
Like there's just so many components, so many factors why something like this can happen, that just saying plain right out that well, you suck as a trainer because of that. Of course, if this is a social media wars, I can see how this comes in place, and okay, that's fine. However, like deep inside of me, that's by no means a way of judging if you're a good trainer or not. Absolutely wouldn't be.
Let me see who's on the other end of the disagreements. We have so many comments, man. Here.
Let's hear.
Ivan mentioned a while ago that his successor in TWC need to have a good understanding of the system and not necessarily practice it. When you hold that opinion, why does he contradict himself when he says a good logical presenter without practice is not good?
Yeah, so maybe I didn't explain it well, or maybe whomever posted this didn't understand it. There is theoretical and there is practical test. So I need to see that you have theoretical knowledge, and the theoretical knowledge is strictly that you will be challenged on the material that I'm teaching you. Do you understand it or not? And then the practical knowledge will be, can you apply it or not? And if you can, that means that you understand my concepts and ideas. And that's where it ends. Now, are you a better trainer than somebody else? I cannot make that claim. There is no base to make such claim. Hopefully that kind of helps. I don't know.
Yeah, I like Kashi a lot. He's over in India. Let me see if you guys have any questions.
Yeah, see, I don't like it at all.
Let's see. It's a good point. Instead of regulations, we have to see. It's a good point that instead of regulations, we should have a way to see what each trainer is about, because of a lot of fluff and of course a lot of good. Absolutely. And especially when we live in a world of curated social media where people can put up
what was that comment again? Put it back on. It's a good point. Instead of regulating, we should have a way to see what it is about, because
I'm trying to read them before I post.
Right. Yeah.
He says, I have a lot of confidence in my ability to do great work with a pet dog. I got my first sport dog a few months in, and I've been slapped in the face too many times to count. And that, as me, as a pet dog trainer, that's why I sought out working dog, sport dog people. Even though I don't have any interest in competing myself, I know that there's things that I can learn from them. And maybe that's why what attracted me to Bart, watching him with Thor, and a lot of times, like, I don't know what I don't know, but it was impressive to me at that time. Trainers and teachers, we already did that one. Okay, we're coming back. Unfortunately, here, let's see here. I haven't read this yet. Unfortunately, Ivan is tired of all the current goings on and is getting unabashedly real about the way important things are trivialized today, and dangerously. Everyone is an expert. Same goes for scientists. He has had enough.
Yeah, and it's not, I wish I have an answer to it, but I don't. But somehow we need to be a little more cautious and realistic, and, question reality a little bit. I do not have the answers to it,
Well, there's a saying that says, learning is the answer. What is the question? And I think posing the question is where we start. Is like, how do we evaluate? How do we compare who is really good? And what are the credentials? What are the nuances of knowledge? What are the application? Thing of none of us teaching reading body language. Thing that none of them are teachers how to accurately read the dog body language, and that's when they apply methods that make shit worse.
Hold on.
Do you remember when we were watching that seminar? And I think they were talking about body language, and we all three of us just disagreed on what they were stating about what's going on in this dog's mind, and that can be subjective as well. And that's where rapport and relationship and knowing this dog.
So I would argue that this is hard to be. This could be subjective from one point on, but the core of it cannot be subjective, because you can see, or it's a wrong way to say it, because it's not true actually. I see, and it kind of sucks that most people don't see it, and it just bothers me. But you should be able to see what motivates that particular dog, how that dog feels, how what the performance is like, and then you don't even need to compare it. You can really put it in a certain category of have you seen something better than that? And there is always like all the trainers that the ones that I kind of like, man, this is just not good training. It's maybe not horrible. It's not that it's destroying the dog, but it's just not good training. But I'm looking at specific things. And how do you learn what to look for? And how do you learn not to listen to the noise, the convention of the speech and the analogies and the endless cool phrases? But how do you strip all that down? Just shut the fucking volume off and watch. And learn what a dog, you can have motivation. You can have motivation for many different reasons. You can have, fuck, I just need to do this. Or you can have, I really want to do this. Or, there's just so many ways that you can evaluate 2 minutes of training. Yeah, they don't like it's all about who talks the talk, who has the good phrases, who has the knowledge, who has the slang,
the jargon.
Shut it off, mute it. See what they're trying to teach or what they're trying to demonstrate, and mute their explanation. Especially when you don't, because the explanation influences you. This is how snake oil is sold. This is how you drink the Kool-Aid. I make you believe it.
Yes.
I fuck with your eyes and your intuition. I make you listen to me.
Let me see. If I'm honest, I compare trainers I know in person by watching from afar. They manage and handle dogs outside of any formal context. 30 seconds can tell a lot. It is in being dedicated and honest about your work, constantly improving and aiming for the top. And many think they know more than what they do and talk more than they should. There's a lot of egos too. And
there should be. That's, I get that, and I actually like that. A lot of times it's without any base, without any foundation, because it's unchecked.
Well, and I think a degree of this too is that we can make the problem go away by saying we've tried everything. And when I say make the problem go away, and your lack of ability and knowledge. Oh, hold on, my wife's going to go teach her yoga class, and I love you. Okay, sorry, I had to give my wife a kiss goodbye. Is that ultimately the dog pays for our lack of understanding with their life. When people are quick to euthanize a dog based on the knowledge that they don't possess. And,
sure. And this kind of goes into the kind of the extremes we were talking about. So you can say, well, we tried everything, and well, you didn't try this, or this was against your ideology, so you definitely did not want to go there, even though, who knows, maybe it would have saved the dog's life. But either way, being successful and saving that dog's life or recommending euthanasia still does not have a clear comparison to somebody else.
Jessica,
like
what were you going to say, Ivan?
What she's saying is very kind of what I'm trying to say.
The variables. That's it. There's so many variables here. So Jessica says, in order to compare trainers, there has to be clear measurables, and there aren't. So many variables. That's absolutely true. Yeah. There's too much flexibility in learning.
Let's say there is pet training.
Oh, look at that. There's too much flexibility in learning to cause wisdom. Yep.
Let's say we in pet training is the most trickiest one. Every once in a while, there is these challenges on the internet. You take a dog, I take a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen one of those taken place? No.
No. There's challenges.
No. Has anybody's right? There's have never taken place, and there is a good reason why they don't take place. because one will get exposed. One will be not as good as the other. But you read somebody's credentials and it's like, yeah, I've presented to so many conferences. I am whatever. I still don't know how you train dogs. I have no idea, you know? And there is basic dog training, and there is average dog training, and there is an advanced dog training. But we kind of put it all into the same little ball. And it's like, you're good, I'm good. Let's just stay like this, because it's, you know, we don't want to be, you know, attacking each other and be, yeah. And I get that too. I mean, again, I do not have the answers to it. I wish I do. If I did, I will make suggestions immediately.
Yeah, I'm going through football as well. It's been a long time since I talked to Ivan. Competition. I mean, there's a reason why we have competition. There's a reason why we have UFC.
There is a reason why you have competition in everything.
Yes.
Even the little kids that go and do mathematics competitions, you know, they're all geniuses. I mean, he's 6 years old and he does better mathematics and algebra and so on than I will ever do. However, is he better than this one? We don't know. Unless they get together and they get to solve the same puzzle.
Tim says, I wish we could talk about how to train dogs rather than who's better than the other.
Sure. How do we talk about how to train dogs? I mean, that's a...
Who do we find out who the authority is that we learn from? Older dogs, 5+ that play play with them still feel. Older dogs plus 5 years that play but play with themselves, still fixable to get them to play with their human. Training is a conversation. Can your trainer just reiterate methods or techniques, or can they truly read it and influence the conversation without food or tools?
Yeah, it's not, again, training it's really instruction, just like as we were talking originally, like how you would tell a kid, or how I would tell you, hey, go bring me another cigar because this one is gone, you know? Yeah. Now, you will do it if I offer you something, or if I made you like me, you will do it. Or if I force you and you avoid some bad stuff happening to you. There is many ways that I can convince you to do it, but I will very quickly instruct you, and then we can manipulate you one way or another to make it happen. With a dog, it's going to be very different way. That I will have the dog go and get the cigar, right?
I'm looking for the picture of you giving me a cigar. My first Cuban cigar.
So it's a controlling, you know, how do we interact, and how do we control the behavior?
Well, how do we interact? Look at that.
And there is many ways.
There you are.
Yeah.
First Cuban cigar. Sorry, I had to, when you talked about giving me a cigar. Yeah, it was a good one, man. We have Kirabel asking about why does Ivan refuse some people from learning his system? We talked about not like you do allow Napo. If Ivan's goal is to improve the industry through education, why does he turn around people seeking to learn more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, me and Kirubel have shared this privately. He's tried to make it public. It's very easy, you know. It's not I have no intention to teach everybody in the world. I'm a human. And as a human, I like to interact with some people and I don't like to interact with other people. And there can be various reasons, and I'm talking directly to you, Kirubel. I just want you to understand that this is not you cannot make me or paint me as a, you know, somebody that is keeping a secret or it's not wanting to teach the whole universe of my system. Just like I just like you, just like any person, we like some people, we don't like some people, and there is reasons for and sometimes the reason may not be even legit reason. But I by no means feel like I am there to
Improve
change the world.
Right.
I am changing the world. I'm giving what I want to give, and I'm very happy to do that. And you know, like there is sometimes somebody's gonna say, "Well, I'm just watching at my ping pong table here," and somebody's gonna be, "Can we play ping pong?" And I'll be like, "No." And I may have 20 different reasons why. And the very next person can walk in and ask me, and I can say, "Okay, I'll play with you." But you cannot turn this into anything more than just being a human. It's not I am not Cornell. You know, it is very different. So hopefully that kind of sinks in, and things change on top of everything. It's not like, you know, we all can change our how we see things and what we think, and you know, it's never. I don't believe on never ever. However, I don't like when, you know, you do some public letter to Ivan or you tag me to some post. If you tag me to a post, why? I clearly don't want to engage. If I did, I would. But, you know, you gotta have some respect to that. And then to say that, well, he's not a real teacher, because if he was a real teacher, he will just give it to the whole world. Maybe somebody does, maybe somebody doesn't. These are, you know, again, there are many different factors. I not necessarily need to go there. It's not just as I gave it the example with the ping pong, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's your prerogative. It's your school, and ultimately, it's your decision, and it should be respected. And that's all we can do.
I think it's just yeah. I mean.
So with the comment earlier about older dogs playing with themselves, freaking Larry, you know what Larry says?
I'm sure he said something cool.
I play with myself too. So, Larry, I don't need to freaking have that in my mind, dude. I'm gonna go up to sit in the steam room. How would so have you ever, I mean, Dylan, we talked about this a little bit. So Dylan,
Larry needs to come to my place soon.
Let's go, Larry. I'll go with you, buddy. I'll go with you. Larry, you say the date and we'll make it happen, man. And we'll smoke cigars, and we'll actually have a freaking podcast with good audio. We can work it. But and Jay Jack's here too. But Elkin says, this is what I like about Dylan, is that he's working the TWC program in the pet dog world. So there is translation there. Would you agree? And would you ever think about how to structure a design for competition for pet trainers?
Again, like the I will tell you interesting, and not just Dylan. I mean, there's tons of pet trainers that come through the school, and I force them. Initially, I have to force them because they cannot put two and two together and see how one can help the other. But again, what competition does is it strips layers.
Yeah.
And it deals with controlling behavior in variety of circumstances, with competing reinforcers, with just some monotonous repetitive tasks, and still maintaining interest. Especially, it's very different when we're talking about, like, let's say, rally or fly ball or agility or dog diving. Nothing against them, but they do not deal in the aspect how protection training does. And then in protection training, you have very different sports that pay attention to certain things, and there is sports that don't pay attention to. It's kind of more vague. And when you're able to say, okay, well, they both can make it happen, but who makes it better? Who makes it faster? And who makes it lasting? And then you have to define what is better and what is, what is the proper emotional state, and so on and so on. And then you have that comparison. However, you, as a pet trainer, it's a very beautiful playground that can teach you how to control behavior and how to manipulate emotions and how to basically become a very good trainer. And all of that, if you have a good teacher, you will learn how to put this in any aspect of dog training.
Well,
because again, ultimately, it comes down to how can I tell you what to do, and you will tell me that you can do it this way or that way, but I will insist that it has to happen this way. And then how I go about it, how you act about it. Just as I said, like I can tell you to go and get a cigar, and you can say, Ivan, I love you. I'm running to grab your cigar. There is no other reinforcement for you. You just do it because you like me. Dogs do that too. Some trainers hate that, what I just said. They absolutely don't believe in that. Like I can, the example with the cigar, like I can tell you, Bill, go grab the cigar, please. And you will just go, hold on. No, and you will do it just because you like me, for no other reason, just because you want to do something good for me. That's the only reason. It's not to better yourself. It's not to get anything out of it. You will do it just because we are cool with each other. Or I can convince you to give me the cigar with, I'll give you 5,000 in cash right now. And if that's not enough, I'll raise the money. Or I can start activating you, and you will have no choice, but you will go and get the cigar too, because we will get to the level that you will absolutely go and get the cigar. I promise you that, and you know that. So there is quite a few ways that I can convince you to get a cigar.
But listen, man, if I went and got the cigar because I liked you, but if I knew because you paid me that there's money on the line in the future, and you told me to get a cigar, that might stop me from getting a cigar because I want a payout.
Sometimes that's a big problem, yes. This is when you replace the internal reinforcement, and this is when kids start to get tokens for they like to play tennis or they like to paint, and the parents are, oh, let's make them paint more, and they start to reward painting, where the painting actually is they would just do it on their own, but you shift the direction and the goal, and you fuck them up that way.
Interesting.
But there is many again. So
There's
how you go about getting the cigar for me, I can say that's a, I can say all of this is good training because you, after all, brought the cigar here.
well,
But if I can ask you which way you liked, there is no question that the first option that I will go and get it for you, man. Hold on. I don't need nothing. Of course I don't need nothing.
Yeah, it reminds me of the carrot and the stick analogy. And I can't remember, I think it was a book by Malcolm Gladwell, maybe. I don't remember exactly, but it stuck with me. It's like if you came over to my house, man, and I made you a barbecue or a crazy good dinner, just because I like you and I want your presence. And as you left my house, you were like, "That was an amazing dinner. Here's $5,000 or whatever." Right? I might take that as an insult, even though you're trying to make a compliment, saying that I enjoyed it. Let me monetize this behavior that you did intrinsically because you wanted to, out of the goodness of your heart. It might diminish the importance of that moment.
Right. So yeah. So and this is kind of almost one of the core principles in how I look at dog training. Going back to the rapport, trust, motivation, cooperation, skill, problem resolution skill, and so on and so on. Like, before I ask you for the cigar, I have to make sure that we're cool, that you actually want to do something for me.
Yeah.
Not for any other reason. Maybe it's reciprocal, maybe it's not. But I can manipulate you outside the actual bringing the cigar to where you will be very eager to do it just because, without even understanding that I kind of prepared you, I cooked you for that. Or I can very intelligently steam you back and forth and you will bring me the cigar. The end result is, yes, I have a cigar, but who we are is very different. And a lot of trainers don't believe in that.
That's wild.
And maybe don't believe because they don't know how. I don't know. There is this whole fucking thing about like you. The moment I hear somebody that trains dog and starts on the premises that the dog is at any moment ready to just show you the middle finger, that's where you're done with me. I don't believe dogs are like that. I really don't. I know I need to elaborate probably more on this, but
you don't think that they have animosity? They don't have...
Oh, they sure can, of course. But they don't start with, I'm not gonna fucking do a down for you. I'm not coming to you, or I'm just gonna despise you all along. And so the whole training approach is based on that the dog's just gonna despise anything you want from them. That's just like a horrible way to work with kids or anything, You're starting on the wrong foot. You're gonna make things happen. But in the end of the day, who gives a fuck? There is affection and love. They're real things. And emotions are a real thing. Dogs are a little more different. They're a little more limited in what emotions are. Like we have talk about affect and arousal and so on. But yeah, gotta be nice to dogs, man.
Well,
You gotta give them credit. They're not there. Like the moment anybody starts with that mindset is like, I don't have anything for you.
do you think that also that because people are asocial, that there are psychopath people that they don't have?
I don't think, I mean, yeah, of course you have that sometimes, but I don't think, I think there is a big wave of trainers that really, and they're not sociopaths. They just look at the dog in a very different way than how I would or how many people that probably listen here would.
J Jack, you know about JRC or GRC, his sport?
Of course, Jay was sharing his sport most likely first with me than anybody else when he was just brainstorming it, you know.
Dude, it's brilliant.
We've talked many times.
His social readiness test and letting the dog be at liberty. We were at, I mean, I think it was at the beginning when he was launching this in St. Louis. Maybe Jay, you can tell me. First off, he's like, nobody has a flat collar. We're in the conference here with all these dog trainers, and we need a flat collar, and nobody has a flat collar. He's like, are you fucking kidding me? Nobody here has a flat collar. And then to let the dogs be at liberty.
Right.
And what we were talking about earlier about just letting dogs be dogs. I mean, I have dogs just hanging out in the room with me, and to see that was a big failure point for some people, that their dog could not just exist and be without guidance from them.
Right.
I think that I mean, I'm a huge fan of the GRC, and he says that what he's incorporated a lot of this for the pet dog folks. And I think that, I mean, I think the consensus here is the comparative nature of who knows where people lie on the spectrum on who's better has to go through some type of competition. And we've mentioned it too, and I think that might be a good point. Somebody asked about structuring a competition for pet dog trainers, and I think that is maybe an answer to this.
Yeah, maybe.
He says, "Oh, J Jack,
why not?
The idea you talked about in Ivan's pause about social responsibility, SR testing in other sports like dock diving. That was brilliant. I have only been exposed to a small bit of dock diving, but it's amazing how many of those dogs would fail SR testing. You'd be surprised, man, that we were with a bunch of professional dog trainers that their dogs that they traveled with to this location failed their SR training or SR testing. And I hope it becomes a new standard. I think it would make things so much better in so many ways. And the other thing that I like about is that we take the dogs intuitive nature into consideration, especially with like the tug stuff. That's why I like IGP, is because it uses the tracking element that the PSA does not have. I like French ring. I love the object guard of that, because I think that there are innate behaviors that lie within certain dogs that really strokes their desire in some of these competitions.
Yeah, the like for me the some of the valuable characteristics of sports, different sports, is the criteria, what is judged. And again, it comes down to, you can bring me the cigar. This is not the question.
Because I like you.
Why are you bringing the cigar?
Yeah.
And
because I love you.
In certain sports, this is paid attention to, and in certain points of sports, this is not paid attention to. And then, on top of that, you're asking a dog to be dominant and to be aggressive and to kind of lose his mind over you, over the decoy. But at the same time, you control the behavior. Now, how the behavior is controlled and how the dog expresses the compliance, that's the interesting part when you know what to look at. Dog training is cool stuff. And again, I don't know. We started off with bashing everybody, but it's not quite like that. It's really not quite like that.
I don't think you're bashing them, Ivan. I think that you're raising legit disagreements that you have and asking questions that brought up good points about, especially with like the dopamine box, and like, I don't believe that this is needed. I don't think that this is necessary. And same thing with the shaping. And
I mean, in a lot of cases, it's not even
applicable.
Productive. Yeah, it's not. It's just not productive whatsoever.
And then, I mean, I don't even want to kind of. I mean, I will here. So what ways would your system differ from the Napo system? Would be more relationship based? So let me read the comment for anybody that's listening. I am interested in Napo. What does Ivan have to say about his system in comparison to Bard's? Or what are things outside of shaping that was discussed that he doesn't agree with? I mean, that's another hole that we can go down. But
I mean, I already said, like, it's really everything. And I know this comes really harsh, and it shouldn't come harsh. I'm just honest, and that's not. It should not be harsh. And I need to. I don't need to be apologetic. I don't need to be anything. As I said, me and Bart respect each other deeply. We talk. I mean, I'm gonna see Bart in Germany in a week. I know we're gonna have great time. I know there's been times that we've been kind of put against each other for no reason. That's not my point. But I don't see, like, like, I would have sponsors, and it's like, hey, would you sponsor? And I'm like, if I don't like or I don't use it, it doesn't make sense. Like, I wouldn't, have a Coca-Cola bottle just because I'm gonna get a lot of money. I'm at this place in my life that it's, at least I have to be honest. But it doesn't mean, like,
I don't think there's
anything that we do. We're taking very different approaches, and the reason we're taking very different approaches is because we look at how we obtain and maintain behaviors in a very different ways.
Yep.
Like, radically different ways.
And I think that it's important to have these discussions as well. Distinct canine, this is something, and I'm not attacking Bart or Michael or any, I mean, I'm here as somebody that has gone through the program, that has taught it, but I also, I owe it to the dogs to do what's best by them. And there's a lot of things that Ivan says that I agree with. There's a lot of things that Bart and Michael say that I agree with. There's things that I've seen, but I'm always willing to
What do you agree with what Bart says?
With the
I might agree too. I'm just curious.
Just with finding, introducing hope and
what does it mean to introduce hope?
That the dog can find their advantage through the behavior itself. And then
explain this a little bit better. Besides the typical words that are used, what do you mean by that?
So the dog can know it's.
Give me a training example. So you're teaching a dog to recall. What kind of hope are we talking about?
Not just the recall, but the biggest word that I took away from Napo is tough.
No, but let's stay with hope. I mean, we can go to tough too, but
yeah. So the dog learns that. I guess it, in a way, it is about building this relationship. It is about building the value that the interaction that you have with this dog. Does that make sense?
No, it does not. This is just dancing around what I asked you to. It's very vague.
Okay, I don't know how else to.
It's extremely vague.
So, well, and with the toughening too. So bringing about the relationship to a higher dynamic through the interaction that you have with this dog.
Pick an example.
So with.
Otherwise, it's just conversation, right?
Right. I'm trying to think of one, man. Like,
I'll let you think. I'm gonna answer Kirubel asking because he's very curious if I understand Napo. Kirubel, I understand Napo extremely well.
Okay. And Kirubel is right. Like, there are desires that the dog has that we're trying to figure out and to.
So let's stay on track, Bill. I gotta keep you on track. One of the things in the system that you like was the hope factor.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, as I don't understand it, let's pretend I'm asking you to elaborate and give me an actual example of what hope means in dog training.
It means.
Otherwise, it's just words.
I mean, it probably is. It's the glue that motivates the dog to be with me.
Give me
So when
give me an actual example. You have a dog, and there is a moment that you're gonna say, "I'm."
So the unforced.
I'm giving him hope.
Unforced force fetch, right? So I present an object to the dog. The dog shows interest, and I reward that dog, right? And then and then as the dog shows more and more interest, it's a good question, man. Like the hope itself, it's building within that dog. The behavior is going to result.
I need an actual, like, straightforward example. Now, I mean, I can let you go. I can give you a pass, but now we are kind of stuck the same way I was stuck with Susan Garrett. You know.
Yeah.
Or you can pick another one. Pick another one if you want.
I mean, it's something that I'm also kind of. I mean, what I've learned from Napo. Do you want me to pick the toughening?
Sure, of course.
And so using negative reinforcement, which is the release of pressure, especially with leash pulling, with dogs that have been shut down that I've back tied with maybe a bungee cord or something like that, teaching them to pull through to get the reward. I mean, unless I had a particular case in front of me right now, I'm trying to think about.
No, I'm really probably a little bit unfair. I understand where you're going. I'm, in a way, giving you a little bit of a hard time.
Yeah.
However, there is some logic into the madness. So when you were, what did you say? Tough? Or what was it?
Toughening. Well, and
toughening. So what you're basically saying is that if any kind of aversive is applies, the dog doesn't
not aversive, but more
But that's
negative
see, this is
reinforcement.
the problem, because you're leaving it to my interpretation while I'm begging you to explain it to me.
Okay. So not inversive. We're talking incremental changes to build that
But start
motivation.
over. Give me some concrete example of in dog training.
I mean, I would start with that dopamine box, just like
Okay.
what we were talking about earlier, right? We showed the dog the dopamine box, put the reward in the box, let the dog go to the box and get the reward. Okay. Then we put a vest on the dog, put the reward in the box, let the dog pull very slightly more pressure on the leash. Let the dog realize that I pull through this, and then I get to the box and get my reward.
Mm-hmm.
And then we start to incrementally increase that pressure until the dog realizes the answer to this puzzle, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that hope of finding the answer to this puzzle.
Mm-hmm. And what is that good for?
To motivate the dog. To
motivate the dog, because you cannot motivate the dog in any other way.
Oh, I'm sure you can. But
can you motivate it in a better way?
I'm sure you can. Yes.
These are the interesting conversations.
Our Kirabel wants to come on the call to challenge you. No, it's okay. We've been talking for a while anyway.
It's definitely.
I mean, and keep in mind too, like I've said, I'm a pet dog trainer. I went through Napo probably after about 15 years of working with dogs. And I learned.
Once again, sorry to interrupt you. I will go back to what I said. The core, what needs to be learned there, the goal of this tough, what do you say? It's basically when aversive is applied. And aversive is anything. Aversive is restricting you from getting something that you want. Regardless of how you restrict it, it is aversive because you are restricted to get it. So it is aversive. So there is this is just a very standard concept of learning, to where if there is pressure, how do you handle the pressure? Can you overcome it or not overcome it? Are you going to crumble or are you not? However, the interesting conversation is, what is that good for? And we can say, well, we are building resilience and the dog is toughened up and can overcome stressors and so on, which is totally fine. Are there better ways to do it?
Yes, I'm sure there is.
There are. And what I mean by better ways, just, just simple ways, clarity ways, again, but this can be argued anyway. So interesting. At least what I'm trying to do is make you think instead of just throwing slogans at me.
Well, and what I've always learned as aversive is like a strong, not pressured.
Yeah, what aversive is like you can dance around, not you, anybody, positive people and balance, and everybody can dance around what aversive is, but ultimately it's like when, like, you can listen to, I don't know, let's say Michael Shikashi, you can say, well, and I don't know exactly, but any of them can say, well, something that's not comfortable. Well, if it's not comfortable, that means it's uncomfortable or neutral. There is only two choices. And if it's neutral, there is no reason to have motivation to do anything. So if it's not comfortable, it's uncomfortable. If it's uncomfortable, it's equals aversive. It's unpleasant. There is some level of discomfort, and discomfort can be physical, emotional, whatever it is. And there is, there's just plenty of ways to deal with this. It's interesting. Hopefully I'm not, again, I really feel like I'm just on a full-blown attack, and I don't mean to be.
No, I mean, this discussion is important, I think. And you do raise some good points about, is there a better way to do this? Is there...
The first question is, why are we doing it? Because if we don't know, and I'm not saying that there is no reason, but a lot of trainers will do things without understanding what we're doing and why we're doing it. And can we get it in a much better way? Whatever that is. I'm not stuck anymore on what we just talked.
Well, here, Kiribel says, hope is motivation, right? I agree. There are intrinsic and extrinsic forms of motivation. Napo focuses on building intrinsic motivation compared to TWC. One of the ways to build intrinsic motivation is through operant games, like the shaping games that we talked about earlier. When the dog learns to problem solve and learn independently, it builds several soft skills that are extremely crucial. It develops a specific type of hope that is different from that which is built through external motivators. But we still rely heavily. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to go to the Facebook page to get the rest of this comment. Sorry, I'm going to the... You guys got a long comment. Try to break it down so we can... I can put it up there. It develops a specific type of hope that is different from which is built through external motivations, but we still heavily develop relationship with the dog and clarity on giving external instructions and teaching, just like TWC.
Very good.
Leash equals aversive period. Gentle leader, all harness is aversive. Okay. There was a lot of fluff in that statement.
Yeah. This is the thing, like, just talking around circles, and I'm not talking about that last comment, because leash, sooner or later there will be something. I mean, you're restricting. It's not like you're having a leash and just going after the dog. That there will be a restriction, and as soon as there is a restriction, that's aversive. Period. End of story. Simple.
But I think also terms and definitions.
What is more important is that there is clarity, and that things are contingent and predictable and announced. There is like way bigger pieces that are crucial than just kind of use a good line of what we are doing.
I don't know what simultaneous and backwards means here.
Show me.
Does Ivan mean forward versus backwards when it comes to aversive use for building resiliency? And then this other comment that he just made was Napo doesn't have contingency though, does it? It uses simultaneous backwards.
Yeah, there is plenty of times where it's within the development where, again, we look at dog training very differently. We absolutely never, ever using simultaneous conditioning.
How do you explain that to me? Simultaneous conditioning.
simultaneous conditioning. So you have a, oh man, seriously. So simultaneous conditioning basically in complete layman terms means you're going to say sit and you're going to leash pop at the same time. And if you do that, the leash pop will always override your verbal sit because it has the power. It trumps it. So if you stop, the sit will not be, there will be, nothing meaningful there.
What
Forward
about
conditioning would be you say sit and then you do the pop. Backwards conditioning will be you do the pop, the dog sits, and then you say sit.
okay?
So in learning theories and in practice, this is proven what works and what doesn't, and it's explained extremely well why that is. And it's super easy to be demonstrated as well. Next time you come, I will show you exactly how,
Okay.
how just remind me.
Forward. So if you say sit, the dog sits, no leash pop.
Well, in the beginning, you're gonna have to, the sit will have no meaning. It's a neutral
Right. Oh, so
stimulus, what
sit,
it's called.
pop, and then sit,
Right.
pop, and then once the dog sits, no pop. Once
So there will be a sit, which means nothing. It's a neutral stimulus. The leash pop will eventually make the dog sit. The dog sits, there is no more leash pop. So this is a forward conditioning and negative reinforcement. And basically the dog now is in a escape stage of the negative reinforcement paradigm. Now the dog knows how to escape the pop, but hasn't come to the conclusion how to altogether avoid it. So it's still, even though the dog can escape the aversive, the discomfort, it's not a bad thing, but there is still aversive that comes. With some more repetition, the dog understands how to altogether avoid it. When it's done simultaneously, that's just even theoretically not possible. Eventually, somebody can claim that this works, but I can, if there is a video or a demonstration live, I can point out where the dog actually picks up and the learning starts to happen to where the dog picks up on the cue, but it's not because of what simultaneous conditioning can never do that. This is just like one-on-one basic stuff. Like this is unarguable shit.
I get it. I mean, I just didn't know forward, backwards. And I think,
yeah.
Think
of the road. Think of a road. Like let's say you're driving a car, and there is a cliff, and if you drive fast and you go over the cliff, you crash, you die. You can have a sign that says you need to make a sharp left turn, and that sign is right at the cliff. Like right at the cliff, and you're driving with 120 miles.
Yeah.
Do you think you're gonna make that turn?
Nope.
Nobody will make that turn.
It's impossible. Yeah.
Because the information
Wasn't
comes
presented in
too
time.
late.
Yeah.
If you're driving and there is the cliff and you're lucky if you made the turn, but so the sign is after the turn, is just as bad, of no use to you. If the sign is 5 miles before the turn, you're gonna slow down, you're gonna be careful for a few minutes, And then you're going to say, fuck it, that sign didn't make no sense. You're going to speed up and you're going to die again. So there is a very specific place for that sign to help you navigate that turn and not die. And these are your, like in a very layman terms, explaining, the different order of conditioning.
Makes perfect sense to me, man, and I never thought of it that way.
I think you will love the course.
I'm sure I will.
But again, these are super kind of basic things, and they're not that. This is just non-negotiable.
So we're talking. I mean, I want to put up this other one about Kirabel here because this is what I was trying to explain. One example of advantage using stimulus simultaneous conditioning for dogs that are extremely sensitive to novel stimuli. We can use simultaneous conditioning to help them overcome that genetic deficiency by making their brain focus on the stimuli they know while introducing new stimuli at the same time. So this was like the dopamine box, right? They know the dopamine box. The brain can consciously focus on the known stimuli, but the subconsciously learns from the novel stimuli.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing. I don't feel I need to comment to this. There is no. I said what I need to say.
Okay.
There is delayed conditioning. There is trace conditioning. There is simultaneous conditioning, and there is backward conditioning. Now there is few others kind of layered onto that, but these are your basic ones. And basically the trace and the delay, they kind of, what I call forward. But yeah, there is certain things that it's kind of, once we know that the earth is round, there is no way back to anything else. Like anybody that claims that the earth is flat, it's just, there is nothing to say to it,
Yeah, but they're out there. They are
out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, we didn't really talk about any of this, but we've been going on for a long time, and I want to let you go because
no, I'm good. You
are
talking.
So
if you are fine, whatever.
No, I'm perfect. Yeah, I'm good. We can go. So I'm going to take.
I was, when you, I really, like I tell you, keep your thought. Natalia was like, you have a podcast or something tonight. I'm like, no, it's tomorrow. She's like, no, in my calendar is tonight. I opened the calendar and it says tonight, and I fucking change it to tomorrow because I'm somehow convinced that it's tomorrow. I'm in the sauna and I look at the phone and you're telling me that we start in 30 minutes if I'm ready. And I'm like, okay, I'll be ready. Anyway, so where were you going?
Are you ready to remember how we were just talking about going off the cliff to take a left turn here? We're going to take a left turn here.
Let's go.
So we talked about euthanasia and dogs, and this is something that we talked about at the conference with Jay Jack. And something we touched on a little bit when I was there. But have we really tried everything when we're working with behavior modification? And one thing that I think needs to be considered, and I want to hear your thoughts on this because I know you've looked into it a little bit with the jellyfish and stuff. Are you ready? Psychedelics.
Let's go. Oh, shit. Yeah.
Psychedelics have a profound effect on the human mind, the human psyche.
Yeah.
I have seen it personally.
So we've had the conversation privately, you and I, and I am, I'm quite deep into this. And
do you want to talk about it publicly?
Unfortunately, I not yet.
Okay.
Like we are very much into this right now. It's just one of the few ways that we can reprogram and open, critical period windows and so on. I mean, it's a much harder conversation to do.
Well, and we don't have the data sets in front of us that show.
I mean, I do, but this is just not a, that's way too crazy. However, when my things are dying, let me see if.
Can't hear you yet. Oh, here, let me put you off mute. Hold on. Can I mute? Mic isn't connected, it says. They might need to do it. I can't hear you. So while he's doing this, I discuss about the profound effects, and we won't really talk about this, but I think that in the future, as we start to evolve with behavior, unmute mic, because they choose to mute themselves. So you got to hit the unmute button. There it goes. Gotcha.
Okay. Can you hear me good?
I can.
All right, perfect. So the one thing about kind of just a little bit before you went off on psychedelics, like how so you have we have few levels, if you want, of force-free trainers. There is the one that are extremes to where they would say, well, never aversive. There is the other ones that would say, well, we need to go through these other layers before we use the aversives. And they believe that this is the right way to do things. And most of the time, telling a dog, starting with, hey, I don't like you to do this, is absolutely the most reasonable approach. Instead of pretending that you're gonna ignore and you're gonna start reinforcing other things, and the dog doesn't have a clue that you disapprove or that thing's gonna be dangerous or whatever it is. So the case about aversives, when we're talking about dog that's aggressive, there has to be, as a first thing in line, to say, dude, this is wrong, don't do that. Like, don't do it. And then we can go on anywhere we want to go. But the idea that you're going to focus on counter conditioning, desensitization, differential reinforcement, whatever program you can pick without telling the dog, don't do it. And the conversation starts with, do you ever tell the dog no? And some will say no, because it's aversive and it leads to the fallouts. And some will say, oh yeah, I can say it and it works. And then it's like, well, what if you say it and it don't work? And why did it work? It works because it's a conditional punisher. It's a secondary punisher. It's programmed that has a consequence afterwards. This is the only reason why this is happening. And like having a conditioned punisher or again, secondary punisher is basically really, it's just a stupid, simple thing. How do you make it? It's just a transfer of function. The punishment itself, but then you can transfer the function of punishment to another signal that says, hey, if you have a chance to actually respond before the punishment comes, it's your choice. And eventually when that's established, then you very rarely will need an actual primary punisher. But anybody that argues that, oh, no, I don't say no, or I would do that as a last resort. Like we're basically either holding the needle or we're going to use aversive. And you think that you're, as a force-free trainer, very progressive in your way of thinking, because you're not opposed to aversive, but it comes as a last resort. This is a very ridiculous way to, there is no justification to this. It's just such a simple way to debate this. I would do this with anybody. Nobody wants to, but.
Well, I can't think of anything more aversive than death. Right. And that's right. Something that I mean, I've seen good dogs be put down. It breaks my heart because people weren't willing to do everything.
Right.
And it's like, are you truly doing everything? Are you considering everything? And I think that we owe it as people, just like you were talking about earlier, like we can convince each other and we can be snake oil salesmen to each other because we are human beings, but we're talking about interspecies communication, and we owe it. It's imperative that we understand the species that we're trying to communicate with as effectively as possible. And
yeah, I don't know what happened, but something happened a while back to where it happened with people and with everybody, and and that all started way back. It started with, I mean, just to give you a very brief evolution of how things progressed. There was 100 and something years ago, John Watson. He was a psychologist, and he did the Albert experiment, the fear-induced, through classical conditioning, emotional conditioning, banging a gong, showing him a little rabbit, was it, whatever, and then eventually got associated fear. But yeah. Besides upon that, I'm mentioning this because that's kind of what, if anybody knows it, but not really know it, that's kind of what may ring a bell. But he also said that he had a saying, and you probably have heard it, and most of you people hopefully have heard this kind of stuff, because these are important things of how learning theory evolved. So understanding reinforcement and punishment all of a sudden became a big boom after Thorndike. And so he would say, give me 10 infants and I can make them robbers, I can make them astrophysics, I can make them whatever I want through reinforcement and punishment.
He puts fire in front of the baby. Do you see the...
And so, needless to say, that didn't work. Like, no matter how much reinforcement I get and how much punishment I get, I will never be able to paint like an artist or understand astrophysics. I'm genetically not allowed to do that. So from that point, we know that reinforcement and punishment is very limited to a genetic predisposition as a one thing and the environment as another thing, and so on. Skinner comes in. Thorndike, meanwhile, comes with that law of effect. And the law of effect basically states, if you reward something, it's more likely to happen. If you punish something, it's less likely to happen. Then he kind of revised that law of, and he says, well, the reinforcement part is valid, but the punishment part not so much. Skinner takes it further, and basically they're already on that direction of punishment is just not as successful. it's temporary and it has a lot of fallouts and so on and so on. And the whole speech that it's still relevant that they continue to use. However, there was many holes. I don't want to go through this why and point all this, but the way they were applying punishment, it was for their time and for their knowledge, but totally inappropriate. So of course it was not as effective as reinforcement on the other spectrum. Then Zidman comes much later, and he makes this coercion and its fallout. He has this big book, and everybody, the force free, that's kind of where it all comes from. There is a huge movement from, again, more than 100 years ago, trying to convince the whole world that punishment is not going to work, it's not going to last, and it's going to have plenty of fallouts. On the premises, though, that it's applied extremely poorly. Now, there is plenty of science after that's done that demonstrates the effectiveness and the power, and especially like even when we're talking about the condition punisher, forget about the what do you call it, the primary punisher, but like even the condition punisher, you say no, even this is way stronger and almost unextinguishable when it's done correctly. You have to go through some very specific procedures to actually change that. And this is where I'm trying to kind of now wrap things up here, is that somehow the poor application of punishment and understanding of punishment from 100 and something years ago, it still lingers in the force-free community, as this is not, it's just the big fallouts, intimidation, fear, and pain, and all this. We talk all the time about this. We know that this is just unicorns, but they're stuck on that. And this is why when they talk about, oh, we tried everything, but because I really want to save the dog, I'm going to finally try some aversive. You most likely don't even know how to apply aversive. And there would be a good argument that you're way too late with applying aversive, because you've put that behavior in some weird schedule of reinforcement, trying all these things that never worked. So that's, that's where we are today. And this is like the problem with holding on to a straw that everybody this just abandoned in science, like in the book that you had, the books that are behind me here, like practical, like there's just no questions. This is unarguable stuff, but here we are. It's a big problem. So when we're talking about saving lives, and my point is that sometimes, and I can even argue that most of the time, probably the most appropriate thing is to start to say, hey, I disapprove of this. Or again, there is a bunch of other ways to do this, but there is always place for reinforcement. There is always place for reinforcement. However, if you stop the bad behavior or the undesired behavior, you kind of open the door for other behaviors to happen. So in fact, the punishment helps you reinforce way more than good behaviors or directed to something appropriate than if you do not punish. But that's where they are, like dogs trained with positive reinforcement, they must continue to be reinforced, or the behavior kind of, it's gonna extinguish, and actually it's gonna disappear rapidly. It's not an opinion, it's a, but yeah.
What do you attribute it to? I think in some of this is
as I said,
emotion.
Or knowledge of how punishment works, how it's applied, what is the intensity, what is the order, how we were talking,
forward and
right, forward and so on. Like there is actual logic, and it's not like we're not reinventing the wheel. This is all done. I mean, we're talking.
I think people try to think with their emotions, Ivan. I think people try to think with their emotions, and you can't think with your emotions. You got to think with your brain, and there's logic behind this. And I think that is the root.
When it would be like, well, would you do this to a child? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just told you, I can tell the child, I can instruct the child exactly, and I can tell him what will happen if and what will happen if not. I cannot do that to a dog. I cannot instruct. Dog doesn't have this abstract cognitive abilities. That's why they learn through very different ways. And this is yeah, it's cool stuff. But at some point, everybody's stuck, and it kind of, as you say, it hits a good soft spot. It's like, well, do you want to be bad to your dog, or do you want to be good to your dog? But at the end of the day, are you going to save the dog? And when are you going to save the dog? Why don't just save it right now? If you that you actually can, right?
Yeah, Jay said that he on the Next Level Dog page, Jay just wrote an article about the misunderstanding of punishment on both sides causing so many problems. Jay, can you share a link to that so I can pull it up here? Because I want to. I'm on your dog. I don't see it on the. I'm on the dog Next Level Dogs, but I don't. Resources, foundation plan, articles. This is what comes up with the article, so I don't know if it's on there. Look at that handsome man there. Yeah, I don't see any.
What is he saying that he posted? What?
He just did an article on exactly what you're talking about. The
yeah, I'm kind of just talking, just bouncing all over.
And just so you know, I have this is the before what you're talking about. This was in 1920, so just over 100 years ago. And this is baby Albert. This is him right here. This is what you're talking about. This is before.
Yeah, but this is this kind of not so relevant to what we were talking. What you want to do is give me dozen infants. Search for John Watson, give me dozen infants, and that's gonna come up. It's a classic thing that it got very quickly debunked, but it's lingering everywhere, and
What is it, John Watson?
Yeah.
John Watson.
It's just the magic of reinforcement and punishment that everybody's stuck still today, including most of balanced trainers. Life does not revolve strictly around reinforcement and punishment.
No, it just has this one little Albert Watson and Rayner. But that's it. Classical conditioning.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll help you.
Let me see here. Jesus, Bill wasn't looking for airtime. Just talking about the same thing. Whatever, Jay. Oh wait, this is off the Jesuits, huh? Interesting. Does Ivan retrohale on your cigar? You know what that is? Can Ivan share his ideas? Okay, so he's asked this a couple times. Ideas about training police dogs and protective sports without aversives.
So here is the actual what he stated is give me a dozen healthy infants, well formed, and my own specified world to bring them up, and I will guarantee to take anyone at random and train him to become a type of specialist I might select, a doctor, lawyer, artist, and so on, a beggar, regardless of his talents, regardless of tendencies, regardless of abilities, regardless of anything, strictly through reinforcement and punishment. That was a, it was a big deal. And it's still kind of, as I said, it's a problem today. But that's kind of where it starts. There is quite a few very interesting moments in the learning theory over the years that are, again.
Well, and I see what he means by the Jesuits. So Ignatius said that, give me a child until he was 7 and I will show you the man.
This is basically, there was and I have this in the course, one of the first kind of memes that were coming up years ago, and it was a dachshund, and he was on those sticks kind of to stand tall, and the saying was, and now I'm a Doberman, or something like that, and basically it's really going against what the genetics have programmed you. You cannot, there is certain things that reinforcement and punishment are helpless. And again, this is a huge problem with dog training because you can get stuck. You can start banging your wall thinking that you're gonna do more, and you cannot. There is very different ways to approach this in order to solve certain situations. So.
Well, and here is. Do you see it?
Yes. Yeah, that's basically what they believed in, and somehow they still do. It's like, yeah.
People hate dealing with logic these days. Science is exact. It's not arguable. It does not have many roads leading to Rome, which we hear that in dog training.
We hear it a lot.
In dog training.
It's very bad because I always reply to this. Some roads get you there faster. Some are very bumpy. And those people are still traveling. They haven't reached Rome yet.
Uh-huh.
It's a dangerous saying.
Instead, you learn the science like gospel and then develop your practice of it into an art that enhances your practical outcomes. Fundamental science never. What's that?
I'm just asking everybody, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, what do you guys want to talk about? Psychedelic? No, just kidding. Well, do you know David too?
I And it's about changing emotional states.
Tell me the fastest way to Rome.
And that's this is like the kind of the premises also, as I was saying, like, again, emotions, with humans, emotions are much more, quite different. Like in the dogs, we have like the mood and affect, balance, and arousal. And there is like this, you can have like a unpleasant and pleasant balance. And depending if it's calm or alert arousal, and when everything fits, you have different states. And in different states, you see and you react in a different way. And you can manipulate this kind of stuff. That there's ways how to do that. And play is one of this way, because play, again, as I was saying, play changes the energy changes the physiology, and physiology changes the emotional state. However, like in a different state, you do and you what do you call it? And you
express,
see different things. Like if you just go like this, and you shrunk your shoulders and you breathe shallow, and you say, this is a very shitty day. And it becomes a very shitty day. And there is ways to change that. And so, again, psychedelics is just one option that you can work on.
Yeah, we won't.
It's a very complicated topic.
Maybe we'll do one where we have all the data and everything. We'll do another one maybe in 6 months, a year or something.
3 years from now.
3 years from, okay. What's the date?
So how it goes,
We'll do it on psychedelics.
Yeah. Right now, as I'm reading, kind of following people and everything, it seems like there is interesting conversations around negative reinforcement finally, which it should be.
Good.
There is a lot of conversations about prediction errors, which it should be, But
so
this is all stuff for me.
You ready? We got a bunch of comments coming in, man. You asked for it. So this is like the 4th time asking this. So any police dogs, protection, sport dogs without aversives? What are your ideas about training police dogs and protection dogs without aversives?
It's a paradox. So I think I had a very interesting podcast with Melanie Uda.
Yeah, she's awesome.
I talked to her about this. So if anybody wants a little more, I think I went quite in detail there, a little bit more in depth. But basically you have there is different sensation-seeking types in humans, in animals, to where you have, you have a thrill-seeking, you have there's just different types of what kicks. Some people like to get punched in the face, like Jay. Some people like to hike. Some people are very dysfunctional. Some people are very bored, predisposition to boredom. So these are just different types, and they kind of go around together. Mark Zuckerberg came with this, and there is a very interesting book, anybody that wants to follow a little bit on that. But again, in that podcast, I talk a little bit and I show some cool examples. Basically, the protection dog stuff is the dogs that like protection sports. They like the adversity and they like to overcome the aversive and the challenges. It's a thrill-seeking sensation. Just like the people that like to punch each other and, do this kind of extreme stuff. So the dogs that like protection, they are basically the same kind of animal genetically. And when you have a dog that likes this and is paired with a force-free trainer, the dog says, I want to do this. And the trainer says, we're going to do it all force-free, though. And it's that's kind of, you know, the paradox, as I say, of you know, trying to really avoid and ignore what the dog is made and what they thrive and what they search for. It is a very, very interesting topic, and again, you can the most crazy part about this is, again, Marvin Zuckerman is the guy, and you have the thrill seeking, which basically, you know, these are activities that require some confrontation. There is some physical risk. There is some, you know, you're dodging bullets. You have experience seeking. It's like you can be exploring environment, solving problems. You can do agility, flyball, so on. Then there is the disinhibition, which is kind of more of an impulsive stuff and whatever. And basically, again, with the when we're talking about the how the force free comes with it, it just really, it's just very strange. Trying to avoid exactly what the dog is looking for. You know, like what you call that thrill. It's a drive. It's a motivation. It's not a problem. You know, dogs that enjoy that kind of risky activities, just like the protection sports, you know, or whatever certain types of the hunting, like the hawk hunting, or, you know, there is stuff happening, you know, they seek that discomfort and challenging experiences. That's their world. And you know, it's kind of a mix of
in a way,
neurological and behavior factors. There's like a lot of stuff that comes together with that, and it's a very, very interesting stuff. And basically, I think what Elkan is talking about is the, you know, again, like humans, you know, we have varying levels of arousal and stimulation needs. We are very different. There is few people that like to be punched in the face. Some people like figure skating, you know, but some are just neurologically wired to enjoy and seek out more intense physical, mental stimulation, and that kind of, it really, protection sport kind of amplifies that drive to experience this kind of discomfort and challenge, and during protection sports, you know, they provide that outlet for that need to, even you can think of like actually regulating that arousal level, and without this kind of outlets for that type of dog or for that kind of kid, they either can become bored or frustrated and eventually lead to what we would call, you know, behavior problems. You know?
Well, the ring provides a steam vent for their desire to express this type of behavior, and in a way, the aversive is almost a positive reinforcement in some aspects. Like, they desired that type of life, and to not consider and fulfill their intrinsic desires is a disservice to that individual animal.
Right.
They have wants and desires that are just as important to them as your wants and desires are to you. And it doesn't mean that we're all the same, but we should give them an opportunity to fulfill that which motivates them.
Yeah.
All right, we got another comment here. Anything else on that?
No, there is one. Jess, do you think you could change emotional states only with play? Or punishment has always to be part?
And how do we place boundaries within play?
You really change emotional state by changing the energy and the physiology. That's kind of how it really goes. That's just neuroscience explains this model very well. There is nothing, that's kind of why we focus so heavily on play. But as you say, build how a force-free trainer would do play and how I would do play. It's just, again, very different stuff. Again, some dogs need the challenge and the little conflict, and there is competition. There is like you create a state, and then instead of trying to pretend, well, the toy is dead and I'm going to give you something else, it's like, well, how can you control the behavior when the dog is in that mindset specifically without breaking it and so on? And it's interesting stuff.
Do you, Jay calls it murder games. That's essentially what play is for dogs.
Yeah. Jay can totally relate on this because that's who Jay is,
Yep.
Like imagine Jay not having this outlet. He would be probably back in jail. He would be a bad kid, or he would be mentally unstable, because that's where that either boredom or the disinhibition comes in place, and it leads to bad ideas, and yeah.
Leaking drive emotionally. Where does it come from, and how do you create it or reinforce it? Is there a genetic aspect? Is this leaking like whining? Is this
Most likely that's what it is. So there is. Yeah. So there are trainers out there that are like just so, we just do the dominant collar and we stop them from leaking. So simple.
Or the e-collar and hit him at a high level.
I mean, he cannot, whatever. I mean, this is like just the dumbest of the dumbest ideas out there. Why dogs leak? There is few reasons, and one can be extremely simple. They are all simple, but let's say one is just like a person. It's a personality trait. It's you're just a different emotional being. So like, let's say we're doing this in person right now, and I walk out of the room, and 5 minutes later I come and I'm like, oh, Bill, you cannot, you have to approach, if you recognize that that's where it's coming from, you have to be approached in a very different way than if it's coming from the dog not understanding something. And it's like, I'm just so frustrated and in conflict that I don't know, I have no idea how to function here. So the last thing you want to do is just to go, boom, you shut up, or whether, you gotta analyze and see where it's coming from, and on that's another very easy one to fix. Is just bring clarity to the situation, and the dog takes a deep breath and it's like, okay, thank you, let's go. There is a anticipation, but there's just like many reasons of why this happens. It's not one reason, just like how I don't like to talk about leash reactivity. There's like so many reasons why a dog is reactive on leash, that just putting them in one thing is very incorrect, simply because it doesn't, like once you put such a label, it doesn't allow you to see where the problem is. You start to treat everything universally, and it really hurts when you go to this universal suppression. It's like, of course you can stop him from whining, but he's still whining in here. He's still emotionally unstable, and you're still gonna have a very unproductive session, even though he's not allowed to whine.
Is there a genetic aspect to it as well?
Yeah, as I said, like, yeah. There's numerous reasons, and you cannot treat them equally. This is like one of the things that sucks also with the ask me anything. What the fuck are we doing? It's like you have this crystal ball, and there is this person that clearly struggles and needs an advice, and says, I have a 4-month-old dog and he's doing this and this, and basically that person gives you some interpretation of what is going on, and you take that for granted, and now you're throwing an advice that you're interpreting, and it goes from bad to worse, to a tragedy. Mm-hmm. It's such a horrible idea to do this kind of stuff, because you're misleading, and you're giving, most of the time, once in a while, you most likely will give a good suggestion, good advice, but can even the person follow that advice? You don't even know who the fuck you're talking to. You're just reading something. But you're doing it why? For likes and for subscribes and creating,
content.
It's kind of the same thing. Like, I think Dylan was talking recently, and so did, I don't know if it was Jay or was it Larry. Like, when you have a seminar or a workshop, I mean, it's the worst idea to bring a dog that has some serious issues and we're gonna fix them today.
Yeah.
It's already as unstable as it can possibly be, and now we are throwing them in this completely weird environment, and now we're gonna create a problem so we can. I mean, it's just like the mother load of bad ideas, I'm just talking.
Sport dog, puppy. You're gonna have some puppies. I saw that your dog had some fun this weekend.
Puppies. It's been wild. Like, I cannot remember when was the last weekend that we were not doing anything. There's been protection seminars, there have been obedience seminars, there have been monitoring seminars, monitoring trials. This weekend there is an IGP trial we're having. There is a bunch of breedings. There is it's endless, but I love it. As tired as we get, it's very, that's kind of what I'm interested in.
Do you have any tips on raising a sport puppy? This is a selfish question from Distinct.
Yeah, Distinct. That we just talked about the crystal ball, guys.
Yeah.
No, you're making me do exactly that. Like, I don't know what is the puppy. I don't know what's the maturity level. I don't know your skills. Like, it's anything that I will tell you right now, most likely will be a bad idea,
Any thoughts on determining if there's a lack of clarity, understanding versus a dog blowing you off?
Yeah, that's giving
you the middle finger. Just kidding. We talked about that earlier.
No, that's really the deal breaker, and this is kind of when I teach at the school, like really the most important thing is to understand what is going on and diagnose it correctly. Because if you misdiagnose, you're going to write the wrong prescription.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it can be this or it can be this. But either one, if it's clarity or if it's just, I'm just going to do what I want to do, they have to be approached in a very different way. And force is not necessarily the solution if the dog is blowing you off. Neither in clarity. Again, I guess the best way that I can answer this is that you need to be very sure what the problem is, and then the prescription kind of comes naturally, how to solve and how to deal.
Okay. Once she pays off her car, she'll be signing up for the TWC course. When is your next course?
I don't know. I have probably I was gonna say I'm gonna look at my calendar, but I even looked at the calendar for our podcast and I messed it up. So I don't know, but I do have. There is a few more weeks of the current class, so most likely sometime end of May, I would say, or July is when we're gonna start the next class. But that's easy. That you can find this. You can just email us.
Well, trainingwithoutconflict.com is the website. I'll post it up here.
Yeah, that's easy.
Anything else you want to touch on, man? Or Ivan talks something that has found, let me see. Ivan talks like someone that has found a scientific method to his art and is now tired of the dilly-dallying with the muck. Do you know David?
I'm so bad with names that I think I know.
Logics.
Because I believe I actually stopped him at the ICP, the last one, but I missed his presentation, and then we were gonna hang out, and of course something happened.
Yeah, so that presentation filled up like that. I missed it too because it was full. Too many people. They had a limited amount of seats there, but David's brilliant. He's one of my favorite people in the world. Love you, David. And David, are you going to be at the next IECP conference? Let me know in the comments. And I hope you can make it, Ivan.
I don't know.
Like August.
I am not making it, but I cannot remember why I'm not making it, but I know I'm not. I'm telling you, sometimes they get me very frustrated, these conferences, man. Because I don't know. Like I like to be, once you make a presentation and then there is a Q&A.
Nice.
I don't think the Q&As need to be always, that was very nice, and what about this? I'd like to challenge your ideas, whomever you are, and once you stand on your ideas, that's when it gets interesting to me. But if I can rattle your ideas, that's also interesting to me, because it makes both of us or everybody think about it,
Yeah, and I like you rattling my ideas, man. I like it.
Yeah.
What do you think what do you anticipate the next biggest innovation, dog training tools or methods? Or AI and robotics? That's what I think.
Yeah, no, I think even if AI is eventually trained dogs, I think, I don't know. My take is that maybe dog training is going to become this exotic, cool thing that we can do. Even though if the AI does it, that will be kind of something that we can step outside the
art of dog training, man.
I think so. But otherwise, I don't know. As far as I'm sure there is discoveries all the time. There will be. We evolve. There's no question. I think the electric color is by far the most like really amazing tool as far as if on the aversive side of things. But what is going to be the next frontier? Who knows? We're going to find out soon because it's moving so fast.
It is. Well, in brain imaging, protein mapping, there's so many different things that we're going to be. I mean, the world is changing every week. I watch those AI things. I've sent you a couple, Ivan, but I mean, I'm excited for it as long as we remember what you said to me. As long as we survive, and then the UBI, the universal basic income, universal high income. The world is going to get very interesting here in the next few years, and I'm happy to be alive to experience it. I just hope that we make it through.
But it's as far as dog training, I don't think that's going to go away. I think that's going to be one of those cool things that people that like I think even more people may like and appreciate a live animal, because we all gonna, how Elon Musk says, we all gonna have robots eventually, like within 2 years here. I mean, imagine the thing sitting in a corner and do this, whatever, and it's gonna be cool. But at the same time, I think as humans, we're gonna need and we're gonna appreciate even more than right now the live interactions. Like I don't know if it was Joe Rogan or some of the cool podcasts. I don't know, Huberman, I don't know, but they were talking about which professions go instinct, and sometime there was a conversation about the chefs and cooking and stuff, and how it's just like it will make a perfect brain surgery, it will make a perfect meal for you, but you're still gonna want to go to a restaurant where the human kind of fucked up your steak a little bit. It actually is gonna be a thing, like appreciate
the human touch. Yes. Well, I think that there's going to be art that's human only. There's going to be movies that's human only. There's going to be a human only aspect of our society that is going to be appreciated. And and
AI music right now. I mean, I'm half and half. I really
love it.
Originally, I was like, this is weird. Like, I know this is all fake, but then it's just like you hear 10 seconds of the beat and this is cool.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think we're gonna start to have more appreciations of the trial and error and the imperfection, if you want to think that way,
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I write songs all the time, man. You know that with the AI at Gmail. Here, let me sign into this thing here. Where it's good. Okay, so hold on. I'll show you real quick. Here, let me working on human. So David's working on human ailment detection, expanding on our patent on dogs retrofitted with sensors. And then Andy says, imagine, the Neuralink, dude, imagine us having a Neuralink, the dog having a Neuralink, and we can telepathically communicate, I mean, Jess says that, hey, maybe we should introduce this, dude. A debate forum format conference presenting video case presentation progressions from each side. That might be something that is
mind-blowing, but it can go wrong.
Well, we need a moderator, a good moderator.
Yes, you absolutely need moderator, and then it kind of depends who's debating. I love debates. I mean, I watch debates all the time, like in any kind of debates. This is very, very interesting to me. And I think debates are a must-have, like what she's saying. I think she's absolutely 100% on the right track. I think this is how. It's just like, you know, even if in science you write a paper, you have the peer review and everything is good, but then you present it and then you have questions and then somebody challenges your idea. Mm-hmm. And now you have to have the knowledge and ability to defend it. And something good comes out of this. I think always something good comes out of this, but yeah, it's not and even when we're talking about this kind of debates, it's not necessarily I have to win and you have to lose. It's just like it's a really conversation where you challenge and you listen and you get challenged. And ultimately, both sides evolve in a good way. Like there is no, you know, it's a very good way of moving forward, but
well, it's also uncomfortable too.
Yeah, it's extremely uncomfortable, and my fear is because of that we're gonna end up back on the same thing. You're a good trainer, tell me that I'm a good trainer, and now everybody tell us that we are very good and let's kumbaya, you know.
We call that a circle jerk.
I really hate this.
Here, look at this.
Yes. Yeah.
That's just written by about here, let's see. This one is about TWC here. It's good.
Heart of the town, there's a place to be where dogs learn to play. So wild and free with love and respect, they'll teach you the way. Conflict fades as they brighten the day. At Ivan School we grow and we learn with joy and trust a bright fire.
Just written like instantly, dude. Like
it's wild.
Yep.
Wild, and you can change the style. You can, I mean, it's just.
Kurubel says that he'll debate you on Napo Post System on your podcast. He'd be happy. So challenge ideas. Okay. It would be nice if someone find me a scientist to debate on odor with. They always find an excuse to avoid it. Cool, man.
Yeah, I would agree with David on this because a few years ago I had Simon Gabois, the Canadian ethologist. You know, I had when man, I don't know. Like, I mean, he was like, well, I started a conversation with him, and he's doing detection dogs doing research on detection dogs, but he's getting just pet people from around the block, and they're doing some things. The dog lack motivation. I'm just wasting money, I think. Not even understanding anything. So I can totally relate to David's frustration. It's like but they're afraid to debate because they get exposed, and that's the last thing they want to happen.
Yeah,
it's very difficult. The whole thing is very difficult. Just like Kirubel right now, he keeps pushing the envelope, and I've clearly told him that we're cool. Like there is no reason for him to do, but he goes on. So go on.
Well, we're all free to. That's a beautiful thing about living in a free country and being free human beings is that we're free to express ourselves in the way. But the thing is that there are dogs that are counting on us, and it is our moral obligation, in my opinion, to be the best stewards of these animals that we can be.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been talking forever, and we've been talking kind of nonsense a little bit, but that's okay. Sometimes we just need to just talk nonsense.
I love it, man. I love it. Well, let's sign off because we're approaching 4.5 hours. This is my longest live stream, and I'm so honored that it was with you, Ivan. And
All right,
I'll come back down there. You know, I'm gonna. What's that?
Hopefully, everybody that was hanging around enjoyed it.
And thank you for challenging me, and thank you for, you know, just being you, and you know,
Yeah.
I appreciate your mind. I look forward to going to TWC. I like the conversations that we have, not just pertaining to dogs either, man. We talk about a lot of stuff, and so
Sure, that's for sure. And again, I mean, we can think as challenge and whatever, but there is never really a bad intention. It's actually, I'm always ready to change my mind.
Yeah, as we all should be with new information presented. And just so you guys know, I put up a link. This book here is amazing, but also I put up a link to the Foundations of Behavioral Science, the New Behaviorism, as well. And I'm going to get that book as well for. I didn't see that on your shelf when I was there, but now that I see it, that Routledge. Keep in mind that these books are not easy reads. They're pretty arduous, but they have a ton of great information. And just like I was saying earlier, you can open this book. In fact, I'll show you really quick. So I'm just going to randomly open a book like this. And then this page right here, the delay reduction hypothesis. The delay reduction hypothesis was developed to integrate data from a series of experiments on choice condition reinforcement. I mean, you can open this book on any page, and it doesn't just, it has the graphs. It has all the data. Get lost in it, you guys. It talks about birds, lizards, rats, cats, dogs.
I will. It's on my Kindle. The actual hard copy is in the house, but I will suggest you guys another book that's very interesting.
Yeah, what books do you have? Let's sign off with some book recommendations. Here, I can't see it. Neurobiology of Sensation and Reward. Hold on. Let me find the link to that.
It's not an easy one, but it's very, very, like, you need a little bit of a understanding to really fully, like, I kind of went through it one time just like this, and now I'm really focused on very interesting topics of it. It is a very, it's very, very interesting book. I
put a link in the comments there, you guys, for this book. All right, Ivan, let's say goodbye to everybody here.
Thank you guys for listening to all that nonsense. We'll do it again. Thanks, man.